Everybody understands somebody from the IT department is probably going to come up and help the deputies with their computer in the course of the trial, but I don't want it to disrupt us. We want to move forward. And again, all 14 jurors are here.
All rise for the jury.
Case, and it's my understanding that during the course of the trial, unrelated to our case, our bailiffs are having some difficulty with their computer, and they're just going to have somebody from the IT department come in. So if you see somebody wander in and go over there, that's all that is. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Don't pay any attention to that. Okay? So, call your witness, please.
Thank you. The state will call Georgianne Pavlons.
Ma'am, come on up to the witness stand, please. Ma'am, if you come on up to the witness stand over here. And if you would raise your right hand and face our clerk, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat, please. Tell us your name, please.
Georgianne Pavlons.
And spell your first name for us, please.
Georgiann.
And Pavlon's the last name?
Yes.
Spell that.
Pavlons.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Pavlons, who are you married to?
Richard.
And do you have any children?
3.
Okay. Can you tell me the names of your 3 children?
Rich is our oldest, and David's our middle child, and Stephanie was our youngest.
Okay. And do you remember Stephanie's date of birth?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What was her date of birth?
February 19th, 1978.
Okay. Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes.
Okay. How many grandchildren do you have?
2.
And what are their names?
Layla Pavlons and Zachary Pavlons.
Who are Layla's mother and father?
Layla's mom is our daughter Stephanie, and her father is Matt Pahl.
And do you remember what year she was born in?
2003.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 55, and I'm going to publish that to the jury. Who's in this picture?
My daughter Stephanie.
And when was this taken? Do you know?
Ooh. I can't remember.
Okay. Is it an old photograph or is this pretty recent?
Oh, it's pretty recent.
Okay. This is how Stephanie looked before she ultimately died?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall Stephanie being in a long-term relationship?
Yes.
Who was she in a relationship with?
Matt Pahl.
And do you remember when she met him?
In 99 at Sunset Bowl.
Okay. How old would Stephanie have been when she met him? She pretty young?
Yeah. She would have been 21.
And was Matt the same age as her or older?
He was older.
Do you recall how much older he was?
No.
Okay. But older than her.
Yeah.
And looking at Exhibit 55, it looks like Stephanie was a pretty thin, petite girl. Is that how she always was her whole life?
No.
Okay. Was she thin in the early 2020s?
No, not really. Not thin like she is here.
Okay. And in 2022, was she pretty thin?
Yeah.
Once Stephanie met Matthew Pahl, did she move in with him or did she continue to live with you?
No, she moved in with him.
And do you recall about when that would have been?
I think I'm not sure.
Did they date for a long time before they moved in together, or was it a...
No,
Okay. Was it pretty quick that they moved in together?
I think so.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Pahl in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you please identify him by where he's seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
Judge, I'll stipulate to ID.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next question.
So once Stephanie moved in with Matt, did she live with you full-time ever again?
No,
Where was she living after she moved in with Matt? Did you
in
know?
Menominee Falls.
How long did they live in Menominee Falls?
I really don't know, because when they moved out of Menominee Falls, we didn't know that they had moved.
Okay. Did Stephanie share a lot of information about her life with you?
Not really. She was a pretty private person.
And Layla was born in 2003?
Yes,
Do you know where they were living when Layla was born?
in Menominee Falls.
Okay. And so Layla, Stephanie, and Matt were all living together.
Yes.
Was Stephanie's relationship with Matt could be categorized as kind of on again, off again?
Not at the beginning.
Okay. Tell me about how their relationship was in the beginning.
They were just, he had his own business of fixing up houses inside and out, and she was his main worker.
Okay, so Stephanie actually worked for Matt?
Yeah, they worked together.
What kind of work did they do?
Construction on people's homes.
When Stephanie met Matt, so she met him in 1999. Before that, did she have a lot of friends?
She had a few, yeah.
And a few close friends?
Yeah.
After she met Matt, did you know if Stephanie had any friends?
Not really. She didn't really have any friends.
Okay. And would Stephanie come and stay with you and your husband Richard sometimes?
Yes.
When did that start happening?
I can't recall.
Was it sometime in the last 5 years, 10 years?
Probably the last 5 to 8 years.
Okay. So you said at the beginning of their relationship, Matt and Stephanie stayed together all of the time, right?
Yep.
At what point did that start to change?
Oh, probably. That's a hard one.
Let me ask you a different question. In the last 5 to 8 years, was Stephanie staying at your residence on and off?
Yes.
Okay. And would she have things that she kept at your residence?
Yes.
Was there also belongings that she kept at Matt's residence?
Yes.
And in those last 5 to 8 years, Did Stephanie tell you when her and Matt would move to a different location?
No.
Why not?
Big secret.
It was a big secret?
Yeah.
She didn't want to talk to you about where she was living?
No.
If she did come over to your house, how would you know that she was coming?
She'd call me on her phone.
All right, so she has her own phone. You have her phone number. You guys communicate via text, call, something else?
Mostly calling.
Okay. And did she have a key to your residence?
I don't think so.
Okay. Would she come over if you and Richard weren't home?
No.
And Layla, when Layla's in high school, she's living in your home.
Right.
Okay. So does Stephanie come over and spend time with Layla at your home?
Yeah.
And was Matthew welcome in your home?
No.
Why not?
Because of the way he treated her.
Way he treated who?
Steph.
Okay. What bothered you about that?
I just thought it was an unhealthy relationship, and she, I don't know.
In the last 5 to 8 years, did Matt ever come to your residence?
No.
Did you guys ever talk on the phone?
No.
You didn't have any communication with Matt?
No.
What kinds of things would Stephanie keep at your house?
Clothes.
Did she keep journals,
Yeah.
bags, purses?
Yeah, she always maybe had 2 purses.
Okay. And how did you know that she was keeping things at Matt's house as well?
Because she'd go back there and live with him, but she wouldn't take anything from our house to go to his.
Okay, so she'd leave your house and she's not carrying a duffel bag full of clothes.
No.
And she would be there for a long period of time?
Yeah.
Would there be periods of 5, 10, maybe even 15 days where you don't see her? She's not at your house.
Correct.
Periods even longer than 15 days?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you would see her sporadically. Did you ever have a plan of when you knew you were going to see Stephanie or she was going to come over to your house and spend the night?
No.
Did Stephanie have a car in the last 5 years?
No.
So how did she get around?
Well, either Matt would take her or I would be her driver.
So if Stephanie had a doctor's appointment, how would she get there?
I would take her.
If she needed to pick up a prescription, how would she do that?
I would take her.
And were you picking her up from her place where she's staying with Matt or something else?
No, because we didn't know where they lived.
So if Stephanie calls you and says, hey, Mom, I have a doctor's appointment. I need you to pick me up. Would you go to her apartment to pick her up?
No.
Where would you meet with her?
Wherever she told me to go, either the last place that she lived with him there was a Subway there. I would pick her up there. Or there's a gas station down on the corner of Delafield and Summit. I'd pick her up there.
And that was always at her insistence that you come to a different location to pick her up?
Yeah.
At some point, though, in 2021 or 22, did you learn that she was living on Delafield Street at an apartment?
Yeah, she told me.
Okay. And you learned that she was living at 1001 Delafield Street, the Will Street apartments?
Yeah.
Was that unusual that she actually told you where she was living?
I kind of guessed it, I think, because I saw her. I watched her one day, kind of followed her. But
So you followed her and kind of saw her walk up to those apartments?
yeah. And I saw Matt's truck in the back.
And you said kind of throughout her life, her adult life, it was common for you to not know exactly where she was living.
Correct.
Was Stephanie a private person?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She just kept a lot of things to herself and didn't really share what was going on I mean, there were times where I'd pick her up from her workplace. You know, I knew where she was working, but, yeah, she really didn't share too much what was going on.
So even though you saw her sporadically and maybe frequently, you weren't talking about her personal life.
Right.
Would you ask questions and she just didn't care to share, or you just didn't even
Sometimes.
ask? Okay. Did you mostly talk about her daughter, Layla?
Yeah.
Did she ever tell you about problems that she was having or her relationship? Would she talk to you if she was having problems?
No, not really.
And did she have any friends that she would talk to?
No.
You said that you drove Stephanie a lot of places, but would Matt also drive Stephanie to appointments or to pick up her prescriptions?
Yes, he would.
And how would Stephanie get to your house if she was coming over?
Matt would bring her.
And describe to me your house. Does it have a long driveway or is it close to the road?
It's not a long driveway.
Okay, and when Matt would come and drop her off, would he pull in the driveway, come in and say hi to you?
No.
How did that drop-off interaction go?
He would just drop her off on the street.
So he wouldn't even pull into the driveway?
No.
And you never had any interactions with him when he would stop in?
No.
He wouldn't come in and see Layla?
No.
You wouldn't come in and talk to Layla?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about Stephanie misusing her medications that she had?
Not really.
Okay. And when you would help her pick up her prescription, you weren't holding on to that for her, right?
No.
You were just driving her to the pharmacy to make those errands?
Yes.
In the summer of 2022, did you learn that Matt had hurt his foot?
Yes.
Had Stephanie been staying with you when she learned about that?
Yeah, I think she had been with us for a few days.
And what happens once Matt hurts his foot? Does she continue to stay with you?
No.
Where does she go?
Back by Matt to take care of him.
So she starts taking care of Matt and helping him with his foot?
Yeah.
Did you start seeing Stephanie less often?
Yes.
Was she staying with Matt more and more often after that injury occurred?
Yes.
Now, you said there was a time that you learned she was living at that apartment in Delafield. Did you ever know where they were living just prior to that apartment on Delafield Street?
Yes.
Where were they living before that?
On West Avenue by Walmart.
And you had picked up and dropped Stephanie off in that general area?
Yes.
When she left that apartment and ultimately goes to the Delafield Street apartment, was there a difference in how many belongings and personal items she kept at your house
Yeah, she brought a lot of stuff to our house.
when she left the West Avenue apartment?
Yes.
So she had more of her things at your house after moving into Delafield Street?
Yes.
But still you knew she had things at Matt's because she wasn't carrying a big duffel bag every time she left?
Right.
Now, at the end of July, early August of 2022, did you and your family take a trip up to the Wisconsin Dells?
Yes.
And did Stephanie and Layla accompany you and your husband on that trip?
Yes.
Is that a trip that you often took with Layla as she was growing up?
Yeah, we had a condo up there that we stayed at once a year, a timeshare.
And this time in July, or I think it was the early August of 22, did Layla bring her boyfriend?
No.
So while you're on that trip, how did Stephanie seem?
She was excited to go with us because she hadn't gone with us for many years.
And how many days do you usually go when you go to the Dells?
Usually 10.
So you're up there for a long period of time.
Yeah.
Was Stephanie there the whole time or just a part of it?
No, she was there the whole time.
Okay, and does she drive up there with you?
Yeah.
And she comes back with you?
Yes.
And while you're up there, Did she have any sort of disagreement with any of your family members?
Yeah, with her dad.
Okay. And when that disagreement happens, what does Stephanie do?
She went for a walk.
Did Stephanie like to go for walks?
Yeah.
She seems like she's a pretty active person,
Yes.
working out a lot,
Yep.
going for walks. Were you concerned at all that she went for a walk that day?
Not really.
And did she come back?
Yeah.
The last time that you saw Stephanie, fair to say that was towards the end of August of 2022.
Yeah.
She had stayed at your residence?
Well, when we got back from our timeshare, she went back by Matt.
Okay. And did you see her again at your house later in the month?
I don't think so.
Okay. So from the end of August until ultimately the police come to your residence on September 12th, had you heard from Stephanie?
No.
Now, tell me, was that unusual or concerning to you?
No. But what concerned me is a package came to the house, and I texted her to tell her that she had a package, and she didn't respond, and she always responded
Did she always respond to your text messages or just if she had a package?
to the text message.
Okay. And was that the first time that you had texted her in that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall, was that about September 8th?
No, that was maybe the 25th of August.
Okay. And so when you text her and you don't hear a response, that's unusual.
Yeah.
Tell me why you didn't call the police.
I wasn't concerned with what was going on.
Did you have any reason to be concerned?
Not really.
Throughout her adult life, there'd be times where you wouldn't hear from her for a period of time.
Yes.
And although this might be unusual, were you worried about her safety?
No.
Had you heard from Matt that something bad had happened?
No.
Had you heard from Matt that he didn't know where she was?
No.
If you had heard something like that from Matt, would that have prompted you to contact the authorities or the police?
Possibly.
Okay,
But that's unusual.
sure. Was it common for Stephanie to go anywhere without her phone?
No.
She always had her phone with her?
Yeah.
What about her purse?
Yeah, her purse too. If she had her purse.
Always had her purse.
Yep.
So if she was leaving your house and, say, running an errand, would she have her phone and her purse?
Oh yeah.
If she was leaving your house because she was getting picked up by Matt, would she have her phone and her purse?
Yeah.
So when Detective Fredericks and Detective Plennis come to your house and meet with you on September 12th of 2022, did you have any idea why they were there?
No.
Were you surprised to learn that Stephanie had been missing?
Yeah.
And between the last time that Stephanie left your house and when the police came to your house on September 12th, you never heard from Matt.
No.
Did detectives then at your house show you some photographs that they asked you to identify?
Yes, I believe of a ring and her tattoo.
Did
I'm
they
not
show
sure.
you a pair of shoes?
Yeah, her shoes.
Okay.
That's what it was.
And what were they asking you when they showed you these pictures?
If I knew whose they were.
And did you know whose they were?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you first Exhibit 56. Do you recognize those shoes?
It showed it for a second and then it popped away, but yeah.
Okay, are they on your screen now?
No.
All right, we'll just give it a second. Okay.
Yeah, those are her shoes.
Those are her shoes? Those are Stephanie's shoes?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to show, I would move to admit Exhibit 56
All right,
Objection.
admitted.
and Exhibit 57.
No objection.
Those are Stephanie's shoes. That's just a different angle.
Yes.
Okay. And they asked you to identify a ring. I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that ring?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that Stephanie wore often?
No.
But you knew it to be Stephanie's?
Yeah.
I would move Exhibit 55 through 58. 55 was the first photo
All
I
right,
showed.
admitted.
Now, Mrs. Pavlons, did you also, when law enforcement came to your residence, turn over some planners or some journals that you had found in her room?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibits 59 and 60. Can you take a look at these, please, ma'am? You recognize these?
Yes.
Okay, and these are the journals that you turned over to law enforcement in September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you find those in Stephanie's room at your house?
Yes.
Was it on September 12th of 2022, after you looked at those photographs, that Detective Plennis and Detective Fredericks advised you that Stephanie was deceased?
Yes.
Did you have any reason before that meeting at your house to believe that she was in danger, unwell, or even deceased?
No.
So, Georgianne, after you learned from the police that Stephanie was deceased, did you call Matt?
No.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Did you tell him that Stephanie was deceased?
No.
And so that was on September 12th that you learned and were able to confirm that Stephanie was no longer alive, right?
Yes.
You talked a little earlier about Stephanie doing some work, and she worked with him in a refurbishing, with Matt in a refurbishing company. Did she have any other work that she did?
No.
Did she get a paycheck from Matt?
No.
How did she get paid?
He would just pay for things that she needed. He wouldn't give her money from the job.
And did you and her father, Richard, want her to get a real job where she would get a paycheck and have some money of her own?
Yeah, we wanted her to do that.
How long have you and Richard lived at your current residence?
52 years.
Okay, so the entire time that Stephanie and Matt are together, you're living at your residence?
Yes.
And that's in Delafield?
Yes.
Matt's obviously been to your residence if he's dropping Stephanie off. He always knew you to live there?
Yeah, I think.
And Stephanie had your cell phone number, or do you have a house phone at your house?
We have both.
Okay.
Cell and a house.
Okay, so she, I'm guessing, had your cell phone number, your house number saved in her phone?
Yeah.
She was contacting you regularly using her cell phone?
Yeah, off and on.
Did you know Stephanie to be a smoker?
Oh, yeah.
Did she smoke regular cigarettes, or did she use some type of vaping device?
I think she did both.
And was that something she'd done pretty much all her life?
No, I'm not sure when she started smoking. It wasn't in high school or...
You know, in the last few years, she was certainly smoking.
Yeah.
And both using cigarettes and vapes?
She started using the vape to try to quit smoking. She really had a very difficult time with quitting.
Thank you, Ms. Pavlons. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Galloway.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Pavlons.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. So, let's start backwards. You know for a fact that Matt was paying Stephanie with cash, true?
No, that I don't know.
Because you said she was secretive,
Right?
and she didn't share anything with you really. True?
Yes.
So you don't know if Matt was giving her cash or how he was paying her, true?
True.
In fact, she was collecting Social Security, true?
She was on SSI, yes.
For about 20 years, true?
Yeah.
And she had a food card, true?
Yes.
And he indicated back in June of 2022, you learned that Matt hurt or broke his foot, true?
Yes.
And you learned that through Stephanie?
Yes.
Did you see Matt in any kind of medical? Did you strike that? Did you ever see Matt during that time?
I don't remember.
I mean, you don't know for a fact whether he broke his foot, do you?
No.
But you only know what you know from Matt when Stephanie would tell you things about him, true?
True.
And she was very limited in what she would tell you, true?
Yes.
But prior to Matt breaking his foot in June of 2022, she had been living with you, true?
No. Our house wasn't her residence. She lived most of the time with Matt. She would come and visit us.
So didn't she have a bedroom at your home?
No, because our granddaughter had the bedroom
So where would she sleep when she would sleep over at your house?
in a bunk bed, along with her daughter,
In the same room?
in the same room.
And that's where she kept her diaries?
Yes.
That's where she kept her prescription drugs?
Yes.
That's where she kept her clothes?
Yes.
She sometimes kept her prescription drugs in the bathroom, true?
No.
You told the officers that she kept her prescription drugs in the bathroom, but your husband got upset with that. Is that true?
Well, I don't remember that.
But during this period, Stephanie had gone over to Matt to help him because she had told you he had broke his foot, true?
True.
Do you know what she was doing to help him?
I think she was driving him to appointments. He couldn't drive because of the broken foot.
But you don't know that for a fact. Stephanie was telling you that, true?
True.
And you indicated that during this time you had no concerns at all about Stephanie being with Matt, true?
True.
During this time, from June until August, did she ever come back home?
I don't remember.
Prior to June, when she was going over to Matt's house, prior to June now, did she ever come home?
Yeah.
And did she sleep at your home?
Yes.
And you didn't have any concerns when she would come over from Matt's house, did you?
No.
And you indicated that when you would go pick her up at Matt's residence, that you learned because you followed her, you would pick her up nearby, true?
True.
And nearby would be a Subway, true?
True.
And nearby is also the Waukesha Police Department, true?
No.
I mean, if you drove down Delafield, you would have to go past the Waukesha Police Department to get to Matt's house, true?
There's no police department around on Delafield Street.
Oh, you don't notice the Waukesha Police Department? Do you ever see the big cow on Delafield
Yeah, it
Street?
used to be Golden Guernsey.
Correct. And right next door is the Waukesha Police Department. You never noticed that?
Oh, okay, next to that bakery.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that was only a short distance from what Matt lived, right? Maybe a block or so, true?
Maybe a couple of blocks, yeah.
And in fact, where the apartment is right down the street here from the courthouse, true, from away from the sheriff's department, maybe a couple blocks, true?
True.
And you knew, because Stephanie told you, that she was not on Matt's lease, true?
True.
She was not supposed to be staying there, true?
True.
Did you know that was one of the reasons why you couldn't pick her up by the entrance of the apartment building? Because she was not on the lease.
That I don't know.
Did you ever drop her off at Matt's apartment?
No.
Just picked her up?
Yeah, well, never picked her up from the apartment.
Nope,
Picked her up from, different places.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me. So, but you never dropped her off near places near the apartment? You're always the pickup person.
No, I would drop her off too. When she'd come to our house, I'd have to take her back home or back to Matt's. So,
What time period was that? Was that during this June, July, August period, or even before that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, and you never noticed that when she would leave your house, she would pack up clothing in a bag and a travel bag to go to Matt's house?
Yeah, I think sometimes she would.
Yeah, and then sometimes when she would come back from Matt's house, she would come back with her dirty clothes in her travel bag
Yeah.
and wash her clothes at your house.
Yep.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And that happened quite often, true?
That I'm not sure.
And you indicated that you were aware that Matt would drive Stephanie to her appointments, true?
Yes.
Again, you only knew that because Stephanie was telling you that.
Right.
You didn't know that for a fact. True?
Well, how do you prove something like that?
Correct. You only knew she was telling you stuff and
Yeah.
you would drive her to her appointments, true?
Yes.
You would drive to pick up her prescription, true?
A few times.
A few times you picked it up yourself without Stephanie, true?
Yeah.
And that was her alprazolam, true?
I have no idea what I was picking up.
The police have records of you picking up her alprazolam. Would you disagree with those records?
Nope, but that's what I told them. That's got to be true.
You also picked up her buprenorphine patches. I think it's spelled buprenorphine.
Yeah, whatever.
And you were aware she was also taking oxycodone and other medicines for her epilepsy, true?
Yeah.
And these are some of the prescriptions you were picking up and some of the prescriptions she was picking up when you were driving her, true?
Yeah.
And where were you picking up these prescriptions at?
I think mainly Pick and Save over off of Sunset.
The pharmacy over off of Sunset here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And in that Pick and Save area, there's other stores like the Target.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of stores, a lot of eating places.
And again, if it wasn't for Matt driving her around, it was you, true?
Yes.
Like you indicated, you were basically her taxi driver, true?
True.
And she didn't drive too much because she didn't have a car, true?
True.
She also had seizures, true?
Yes.
In fact, one time when she was driving, she had a seizure and she crashed her vehicle, true?
True.
And she got herself injured, right?
Yes.
And she was taking medicine for her injury, true?
Probably.
Her back. She injured her back.
Yeah.
And in this business that Matt had for fixing up and restoring homes, you indicated Steph would help him, true?
Yes,
And sometimes you would pick her up from the job site
yes.
and take her back to your house.
Well, I'll take her to appointments.
Okay. And you know, they, or Matt and Steph had a storage unit up in Sussex, true?
Yes,
The
I believe
Pewaukee
so.
area.
Yeah,
Yeah, you went there, true?
yeah,
With-
she showed me.
Yeah, you went with Steph.
Yeah,
Matt wasn't with you, true?
no,
Did you enter the storage facility with Steph?
no.
Objection relevant.
Overruled. Continue, next question.
Again, you indicated Steph smoked cigarettes, true?
Yes,
She vaped, true?
yes.
Did she go outside the house at your place to do that, or did she do that inside the house?
Mostly outside, but sometimes she would in the house and we didn't really want her to do that in the house. But sometimes she did.
But mostly she went outside the house, true?
Yes.
Because that would make you happy.
Yeah,
And you indicated times that she would go for walks too
yeah,
when she was at your house, true?
yeah.
Do you know where she would walk to?
There's a lot of paths behind our house that go down to the lake, Negawicka Lake. There's a walkway.
Are those paths wooded?
Yeah, there's some.
Because, I mean, just so everyone knows, you live a short distance from the orthopedics building, true?
No, we live in the city of Delafield.
Right, it's right down, if you keep going down Golf Road past the orthopedics place toward Delafield, you live right there, true?
Yeah, in Delafield.
Right, it's about 5 or 6 miles from the building.
That I don't know.
And there are paths that lead from your house to the orthopedics building, true?
That I have no idea.
And I think you indicated that in the beginning of August, you and Steph and the family all went up to the Dells for 10 days, true?
True.
Did you take her there?
Yeah,
And she was having a great time, she was happy, true?
yeah.
And prior to that, she had been at Matthew's apartment, true?
While we were up there?
No, prior to you taking her, she had come from Matthew's apartment.
Yes, yes.
And again, when she came up there, you had seen her, she appeared to be fine, true?
Yeah,
And you said when she was up there, her and your husband got in an argument and she went for a walk in the woods, true?
true.
And did she take her purse?
I don't remember.
She probably didn't take her purse, would you think?
Probably not. Maybe her phone.
Right. So you don't know what she took, true, but she
I don't
didn't take her
yeah,
purse.
I don't remember.
And isn't it true she got lost in the woods?
Not that I don't know.
Now, Ms. Pavlons, the last time you saw Stephanie, based upon my reading of what I've received, was around August 20th of 2022, true?
I don't remember the date. It's the day we got back from our timeshare.
When did you get back?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if the reports indicate that you got back around August 5th, would you disagree with those reports?
Like I said, I don't remember.
Fair enough. So, around August 20th, you don't remember Matt coming over to pick her up at your house? Because they were
No.
going to go swimming?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
And again, you don't have contact with her. You said around August 25th, she receives a package and you text her.
Yes.
Do you know what was in the package?
No.
And she doesn't respond, true?
True.
You don't have any concerns about that she doesn't respond?
No.
And again, you don't have contact with her at all until, that was the last time you had contact with her, right? When Matt came up and picked her up, true?
Yeah.
And then when the police came over to your house September 12th, you indicated to them that you had a feeling that she had passed away, true?
I don't remember. If it's in the report, I guess it's true.
Yeah, it says you weren't surprised because you had a feeling she had passed away, true?
I don't remember.
And kind of the first words that came out of your mouth was suicide, true?
Don't remember.
And you kind of indicated to the officer, you did indicate to the detective, Detective Fredericks was the person that was talking to you at the time, true?
True.
And he's in court today, right?
Yes.
And he was with another detective, a Detective Plennis, true?
Yes.
For the record, spelled Plennes. And they were interviewing you and your husband, true?
True.
But mainly Detective Fredericks was talking to you, true?
True.
And you had indicated that, even if she had died, Matt wouldn't have told you that, wouldn't have called you to let you know, true?
True.
You guys weren't talking to each other, true?
True.
For about 20 years, true?
Not that long, I don't think.
For a long time, true?
Yeah.
You didn't call him, true?
True.
He didn't call you, true?
True.
No talking, ever.
Nope.
And they kind of told you where they found her body, true, by orthopedics, true?
True.
And you had no idea why she would be there, true?
True.
You had no idea that she had been accompanying Matt to orthopedics for his appointments, true?
Well, yeah, I knew his appointments were there, but
You didn't know she was going with him to his appointments.
well, when she had to drive him, yeah, she'd go with him.
You knew she was taking him to the orthopedics there on Gulf Road?
Wherever his appointments were, I knew she was driving. I don't know where the appointments were.
Okay.
But
So you knew she was taking him to his appointments, but you didn't know where those appointments were,
Right.
true? So when you told the police you had no idea why she would be in that area, that's true. You had no idea,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
That that's where she was taking him.
Yeah.
Or he was taking her and she was waiting for him. True?
Yeah.
There was something she didn't share with you. True?
True.
And you indicated that she was a very quiet person, your daughter. True?
Yes.
She could hardly get a word out of her. True?
True.
And you indicated that they lived in Menominee Falls for a while. True?
Yes.
Layla was born there too.
Yes.
Eventually, Layla was taken away from them and lived with you. True?
True.
And you raised Layla since she was about 9. True?
True.
You told the Detective Fredericks that she was on a lot of medication. True?
True.
That she got shots in her neck for her seizures. True?
Wasn't for seizures.
What was her shots for?
She had hurt her neck, and she had pain, a lot of pain in her neck. I think it might have been from that car accident.
And when they lived in Menominee Falls, Matt and Steph, there came a point in time, did you ever drive over to the residence of Menominee Falls?
Oh, sure.
Did you do that many times?
Yeah.
Did you ever have to drive down there because your daughter, Stephanie, called you and she was depressed?
No.
You ever remember telling the detectives, you told Steph, don't do it, and then you told the detectives at the same time that, my cousin committed suicide, my uncle committed suicide. Remember telling the detectives that?
No, I don't.
And in that same breath, you told the detectives that when they lived on West Avenue, you went and met Stephanie behind the Walmart by the train tracks, true?
Yeah.
What was her demeanor like when you saw her by the train tracks?
She was very upset.
Did she seem depressed?
No, she was just really upset.
Do you know how close she was to the train tracks?
Aren't they on the other side of Walmart?
Correct.
Yeah.
Did you know how close she was to the train tracks, or where she was standing?
She was on the opposite side from the train tracks. She was by the garden, that side, by the bus stop.
You also told the detective that Stephanie, your daughter, I don't mean to be disrespectful, she was a cutter. Is that true?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
You don't recall telling the detective that Stephanie would cut herself?
No, I don't. If it's in the report, I must have.
Ms. Pavlons, do you remember a time in March of 2021 or 2021 when Steph had overdosed at your house?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Do you remember Matt coming over to help?
No. Don't remember.
Do you remember Steph coming out of the house to meet Matt and your granddaughter being there, Kayla?
I don't
Layla?
remember. Yeah, I don't remember.
You don't remember that? So it could have happened, but you just don't remember it today.
I don't know. Yeah.
Did you ever have, strike that, you indicated Stephanie was taking medication for seizures, true?
True.
Do you know how long she had been taking that medication?
I think from the time that she got pregnant with Layla.
Did you ever see her have seizures?
Yes.
Did she have them frequently?
No.
Did she have them at your house?
A couple of times.
And how would she react when she had seizures? I mean, what would happen to her body?
She could feel it coming, so she'd sit down.
It would
Or lose her balance.
It would cause her to fall?
Yeah.
Did you see her body shake at all?
I don't remember.
Did she have to unbuckle her clothes or loosen her clothes because she wasn't feeling good?
No.
Was Layla ever around when she had these seizures?
Yeah.
Did Layla also have to help her, Steph, when she had seizures?
Yes,
So either you were helping her or Layla was helping Steph
at
deal
our
with,
house. But-
Stephanie deal with these seizures.
Yeah.
Do you know what would cause her to have these seizures?
Nope, that's why it's called epilepsy.
So they could happen at any time, true?
True,
You never knew when they were coming, true?
true.
You knew that Matt, sitting here to my right, had bought Stephanie a new cell phone, true?
I think so.
You think so, true?
Yeah,
And you knew also that Stephanie was planning on going to the Philippines, true?
true.
You have a family member that lives in the Philippines?
My brother,
And she was planning on going to visit him, true?
true.
Do you know that she was going to go with Matt to the Philippines?
Yes,
And she was just waiting for her passport.
yes.
I have no further questions, John.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Mrs. Pavlons, you just said she was waiting for her passport. Did her passport arrive after you learned she was deceased?
Yes, it did.
And you said that she was planning on visiting the Philippines. Did you know when that was going to happen?
Well, once she got her passport,
So she needed that to go to the Philippines.
yep.
You were asked about a time at West Avenue when she was behind the Walmart. What was Stephanie upset about on that day?
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Hang on a second. Well, she answered she doesn't remember, and so I'll overrule the objection, but continue. Next question.
Was her passport that package that you messaged her letting her know that it was there, or was that something else?
No, it was something else.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, any recross?
Just a question on that last answer. You indicated you didn't know what was in the package when I asked you, true?
True.
So how did you know it wasn't passport?
Well, when the package came, I didn't know what it was.
Oh, but you opened it.
No, I never opened her mail or any packages that she got.
Okay, I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, and you can step down.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Amy Shield.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on up to the witness stand, please, and once you get up there, remain standing and raise your right hand. We face our clerk, please.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, have a seat, please. Could you state your name, please?
Amy Shield, S-H-E-I-L.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner for Waukesha County.
And how long have you held that position?
About 10 years and 5 months.
Okay. Before your testimony here today, did you provide us with a copy of your curriculum vitae?
I did.
And does that truly and accurately represent your education and professional experiences and training?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to please display for the witness Exhibit 61, if there's no objection to that. Can we put it up, Mr. Wolf? The CV.
No objection.
All right, no objection, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're not going to go through this whole document because I believe it's a little bit lengthy, but if you could just explain to the jury your education and background. If we need to refer to portions of the document, we certainly can.
I completed college and medical school at Creighton University in Nebraska. I graduated with an MD in 2003. And then I completed a residency, which is training in pathology, which is the study of disease and injury. Then I completed a fellowship, which is a year of specialized training in forensic pathology, which is how disease and injury cause death. I practiced in South Carolina as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist for about a year prior to completing an additional fellowship in pediatric pathology. Then I worked as a pediatric pathologist for about 5 years prior to re-entering forensic medicine by coming to Waukesha County.
And if you could just scroll down on page 1 a little bit, please. Your certifications and licensing, these are all still current to date?
Yes,
Okay. And are you board certified?
I am.
In what field?
Anatomic and clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and pediatric pathology.
And you have held those certifications for some length of time?
Yes.
What are your main duties and responsibilities as a associate medical examiner?
My main duty is to determine cause and manner of death. And in so doing that, I perform autopsies and external examinations. Sometimes in the course of an examination, I might need to review medical records, perform laboratory tests like toxicology, do an autopsy, which is external and internal examination, microscopic examination, review of police records, and whatever additional information might be necessary in order to determine cause and manner of death. I do some teaching and testify in court.
About how many times have you testified in court?
Probably at least 50.
Are you, or, well, there's another doctor that works in the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
Are one of you doctors asked to review every death in Waukesha County?
Not every death. Those deaths that are reported to our office, sometimes by facilities like nursing homes or assisted livings, hospitals, any scene death, which is a death at home, we do review or investigate any deaths that are reported to us.
Are you sometimes notified by law enforcement?
Yes.
And those would, again, be, well, in what circumstance would law enforcement notify you?
Law enforcement notifies us sometimes when it's a home death, sometimes when it's some type of violent death, meaning a motor vehicle accident. Sometimes we're notified by law enforcement when there's been any kind of injury like hanging or a gunshot wound. And in anything that's suspicious, law enforcement will call us.
And in addition to the medical doctors that work in the office, you have investigators?
Yes.
And what's their role?
Our deputy medical examiners or investigators generally are those people who initially take the call. So they might talk to law enforcement or the reporting facility, gather some background information, and then our investigators are generally the first people to respond if a scene investigation is necessary.
Are they trained, are they medical doctors?
They are not doctors, but they are trained in death investigation.
Okay. And you have a staff of several different people that do that kind of work for you.
Yes.
And you said they will go to a crime scene if called by law enforcement?
Yes.
And then ultimately, may you go to a crime scene if necessary?
Yes.
Who decides whether or not you actually come out there?
The pathologist. Sometimes the law enforcement might request the pathologist to respond, but there are certain cases in which the pathologist always goes. Anything that's suspicious, unexpected, or unusual, some infant deaths, and anything that's complex and maybe regards or needs oversight or additional hands. So if it's a multiple fatality traffic crash, we might also respond.
So you're on call 24/7, 365.
Yes, one of the pathologists in our office is always on call.
Okay. You had testified earlier that your main responsibility in a suspicious death is to determine cause and manner of death. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain those terms to the jury, please?
The cause of the death refers to why the person is dead. The manner of death refers to the circumstances surrounding that death. And there are 5 options when it comes to manner of death. It could be homicide, suicide, accident, natural, meaning only a medical condition contributed to the death, or undetermined, meaning there's not enough evidence to commit to a different manner of death. The cause of the death might be a myriad, there might be myriad reasons why a person is dead, but there are only 5 circumstances that explain how the person became dead.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a common cause and manner that you may see in your discipline?
The cause of death might be a gunshot wound to the head. The manner of death could be homicide, it could be suicide, or it could be an accident, depending on the investigation and the circumstances surrounding that death. Does that make sense?
Have you been called to scenes where you ultimately concluded the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
More than once?
Yes.
And have you been called to scenes or investigated cases where you determined the manner of death to be suicide?
Yes.
Multiple times?
Suicides less commonly, generally because the pathologist's investigation at the scene is not always necessary.
Whose investigation would you rely on then in a suicide if you don't go to the scene?
The investigator in our office and police.
Okay. Attorney Wolf, did you wish to voir dire the witness any further?
No, no, she's over.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you, on the date of September 9th of 2022, did you respond to a scene in the town of Delafield off of Gulf Road for a report of a dead body that had been found in the woods?
Yes.
And did you physically go up there?
Yes.
Did you inspect the body on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of the body in the field?
Okay.
In the field, I mean the woods.
As I was walking towards where police indicated the body was, I noticed that we were walking through long grass towards a wooded area. On the other side of the wooded area was a golf course. As we approached the wooded area, walking through this long grass, I noticed there was a disposable scalpel to one side of where we were walking. We entered this wooded area where there was quite a lot of vegetation, trees, dead brush, grass, leaves, and there was a body lying on its back, partially clothed, not covered by anything other than some leaves. When I examined the body, I noticed that it appeared to be a woman. She was wearing a black t-shirt, a bra, jeans, and athletic shoes, as well as socks.
What was the condition of the body?
She was moderately decomposed and partially skeletonized.
What does that mean, partially skeletonized?
So she was decomposing, and in the process of decomposition, as the tissues break down, the bone is then exposed. So partially skeletonized refers to the fact that most of the soft tissue was gone from her face, and I could see portions of her skull.
What about her neck area?
Her neck was largely skeletonized. She really didn't have any soft tissue left in the neck area.
Did you observe any insect infestation?
Yes, there were some maggots, mostly pupa casings, which are the casings that surrounded the insect as it was developing. There were beetles and I believe a butterfly.
Okay. Did you, you indicated that the body had showed signs of decomposition, correct?
Yes.
When does decomposition of a body start?
Decomposition starts immediately after death, so cessation or stopping of respiration, heartbeat. The cells die immediately. It takes a while for that change or cell death to become evident grossly, so by the naked eye, when looking at a body, but cell death starts immediately after the person is no longer alive.
To your knowledge, doctor, is there an odor unique to human beings that is emitted immediately upon death?
The body starts to decompose immediately. My understanding is that from a canine point of view, there are certain odors that are detectable very shortly after death by a dog. Humans, we can't smell that. We don't have that sensitive a sense of smell, so it's not immediately evident to us.
And is it, have there been identified volatile organic compounds unique to decomposing human remains as opposed to, say, decomposing animal remains?
Yes.
So if the odor can be detected, it can be specific to a human being versus any other animal or living creature.
Yes.
Okay. How does decomposition progress?
Well, cell death starts immediately. We notice at first because the cells lose energy, and that's why rigor mortis, which is stiffening of muscles, comes and then passes. We also see livor mortis, which is pooling of the blood to dependent areas. At about 36 hours, and that's not an exact estimate, depending on the ambient temperature, the temperature of the body habitus. There are a lot of variables that determine how quickly decomposition progresses. But at about 36 hours after death, we might see greening of the abdomen. Sorry, my mouth is very dry. And that greening of the abdomen slowly encompasses the whole body. And then we might see skin slippage or blistering as the skin decomposes. The body will bloat. We'll start to see insects and eventually skeletonization as that soft tissue disappears.
You mentioned environmental factors can play a role. Can you explain that, please?
So if a body is outside, decomposition will proceed more quickly, especially if it's in a warm environment or a hot environment. Decomposition will come on more quickly, be evident more quickly, and progress quite rapidly because we're also dealing with insects. In body indoors generally doesn't have the same type of insect activity that a body outside will have because insects will easily find that body outside and contribute to the decomposition process. If the environment is moist, but there's still oxygen, again, decomposition proceeds quickly.
Ask Ms. Gussie to please put up Exhibit 19, which was previously testified and admitted with Detective LaFleur. Is that on your screen, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And we did blur the head region of this person, but other than that, is this consistent with your recollection of the victim that you identified, or excuse me, examined in the woods on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just, I guess, start near the mid-region and work your way up towards the head and identify for us things you're seeing that are important to your analysis and examination of the body?
If you start at the mid photo, you can see that the body is at least partially clothed in a black t-shirt. There's a black bra which is actually pulled up a little bit above the level of the breasts. The skin that you can see of the abdomen, which is below the bra, is very yellow. It looks dry, it's very leathery in terms of quality and wrinkled. The arms are held in a flexed position, so bent at the elbows with the hands near the head. You can see some defects to the chest region where the skin appears to be blackened. This is likely due to a result of insect activity because insects generally will consume soft tissue remains. So insect activity will leave holes in the body, the skin, as they consume the flesh, and that's likely what you're seeing here. One thing to note is that insect activity will start at or around orifices. So the lips, the eyes, the mouth, any orifice on the body that insects can get into, they will, and that includes wounds. So if there's any kind of purge fluid, which is fluid emitted after death, or blood, insects are going to be attracted to those areas, and decomposition will proceed more quickly in those areas.
Would that possibly explain why the face and neck were partially skeletonized and the chest area, abdomen was not?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pronounce cause of death at the scene?
I pronounced time of death.
I'm sorry, time of death, yes. And do you remember what time that was?
I don't recall what time exactly.
Okay, we'll get to that in your report then. When you observed the position of this body, did you make any conclusions as to how the body may have come to this place and how long it had been at this resting spot?
It's difficult just based on position to draw conclusions. I think what was more important was that when we moved the body, there was vegetation death underneath the body. So there was no more living leaves. As you can see around the body, there are green leaves. Underneath the body is what we call a cadaver decomposition island. So where the body was in contact with the ground, there was no more vegetation growth or life. And that's due to leaching of decomposition fluid into the ground. It kills the vegetation because there are increased levels of calcium, potassium, phosphorus, things like that, that will kill the growth. The state of decomposition needed to be taken into consideration with the weather in the area, but I thought it had probably been at least a week to a week and a half, maybe a little bit longer, that this body had been in this area.
And did you draw any conclusions or have any impressions of the shirt being pulled up and the arms being up at or around her ears?
Conclusions could be just speculative, because I don't know why the shirt was pulled up or the bra was pulled up, but it was ostensibly possible that she'd been dragged and dumped in this area or placed in this area.
Okay. If you could please put up 18. And 18 shows a little bit more of the mid-region and her thighs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was going on in the mid-region?
You can see she's wearing denim blue jeans. She has a belt, which is unbuckled. The jeans are unsnapped, and the zipper was a little bit down. You can still see the t-shirt and bra have not been disturbed. They're still pulled up. You can see her navel just above the waistline of the jeans.
Okay. And there appears to be some white discoloration on the jeans. Do you know what that is?
There was some dirt on the jeans.
Okay. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Number 16, please. This is the lower portion of the body. And that's the position the legs were in?
Yes.
The body was almost fully stretched out, is that right?
Yes.
Have you seen other, well, strike that. The one leg is bent, but the other leg is almost straight down. Did you draw any conclusions from the position of the legs or the feet?
No.
Okay. What do you recall the weather to have been, either on September 9th or around that time?
It had been very hot during the last week of August. It had also rained at least a couple of times. There was dirt in the folds of the jeans, especially around the ankles. So it looks like it had rained hard enough that some dirt from the ground had gotten onto the jeans. But it was hot and humid.
Like the mud splashed up onto the
Yes.
jeans from like a pelting rain?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform an autopsy on, well, strike that. Let me ask you, were you ever able to identify this person?
Yes.
On scene, could you identify this person?
No.
And how did you identify this person?
After we transported the body back to our office where we have a morgue, we then the next day commenced the examination. So based on the clothing she was wearing, and when we took the clothing off, she had 2 tattoos, and she was also wearing a ring, I believe on her right hand, one of her fingers. Based on the jewelry and the clothing and the 2 tattoos, we were able to make a presumptive identification.
And what was that identification?
That this was Stephanie Pavlons.
Did you confirm that identification later?
Yes, identification was confirmed based on a surgical pin that was in the scaphoid bone of her right wrist. That was corroborated with Stephanie Pavlons' medical records. We also found a partial denture with her initials SP in the soft tissues near her neck.
And were you able to later confirm that through dental records?
Correct.
Okay. Before I move on, you mentioned the pin in her wrist. What was that about?
She had apparently had a wrist injury at some point, and it's not an uncommon injury, so a pin is placed in this small bone called the scaphoid to hold it in place and let it heal.
So as you were testifying, you were, I think, demonstrating where the scaphoid bone is?
Towards the inside of your wrist.
Okay, maybe just if you could hold it up a little so the people in the back could see here.
Right about there.
Okay. Up really near the base of the thumb.
Yes.
Okay, not down here in the middle area of your wrist or start of your forearm.
Correct.
Okay. That may have been placed there for some type of medical treatment in the past.
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform an autopsy on Ms. Pavlons' body?
Yes.
Have you performed autopsies in the past?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 2,000, probably about 2,300 autopsies in my career.
What's the process that you use?
Well, we start with an external examination whenever we're going to do an autopsy. We don't just jump to the Y incision and do an external examination. So the process of an autopsy first starts with making sure we have positive identification. Then we describe identifying features if they're there, like hair color, eye color, any scars, tattoos, and then we move on to injuries, medical interventions, things like that prior to doing the Y incision. At the point at which we're done with the external, we do the Y incision, which is the typical Y incision you may have seen on TV. We open the body and examine all of the internal organs. We look at the organs' relationships to one another, and then we eviscerate, which means we take out all of the organs, further dissect them, and examine each organ individually. We weigh all the major organs and do relatively detailed examinations on each organ. After we've taken out the body organs, then we move on to the head. We always take the brain out after we eviscerate the other organs. And after the brain is removed from the skull, then we do a neck dissection and take out the neck organs.
Is that the procedure you used in Ms. Pavlon's case?
Ms. Pavlons was somewhat different due to the state of decomposition. I did perform a Y incision. I took out the organs she had remaining, meaning the ones that were not absent due to decomposition. I examined those organs, and then for Ms. Pavlons, we needed to do an anthropological assessment. So we had to move on with that, which is another type of procedure we certainly don't do in everybody.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit marked 62.
Okay.
Dr. Shield, can you please identify exhibit 62?
This is Stephanie Pavlons' autopsy report.
Is this a document that you authored?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would please turn to page 2. And if you need to refer to the report, you may. But if you remember this, that's fine too. So I want to start in the section about the clothing and the observations you made about her clothing, please. What do you remember about the clothing, the condition?
You know what? Let's take before we start with this,
Okay.
let's take a break, about 10
Sure.
minutes or so, okay? And then we'll come back after that, and you can step down as well.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you. It's just a couple minutes after 10, so I thought it'd be prudent to take a mid-morning break now, that's all. Anything before we stand down from you, Ms. Opper?
No, Your Honor?
From the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Take a short break, folks, about 10 minutes. And Doctor, you can step down if you'd like, okay? Kenzie, we're going to need some more water over here, too, okay? Yeah, I know. Anything?
Nothing further,
All right,
Your Honor.
then,
Thank you, Judge.
we'll bring them back. Thank you. Please be seated, everybody. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Opper.
Thank you. So, Dr. Scheel, I was on page 2 of your autopsy protocol, Exhibit 62, and asking you to begin describing the observations you noted about Ms. Pavlon's clothing.
She was clad in a short-sleeved black T-shirt, which was askew. The bottom hem was positioned above the breast, and the left sleeve was around the left hand. Black bra, which was pulled up above the breast. Blue denim jeans. There was a safety pin through each cuff of the jeans. She was wearing a black belt with a white metal buckle, which was unbuckled. Light blue underpants, green and gray socks, and gray, white, pink, and purple lace-up athletic shoes.
All right. And then if you could go down to the next section where you describe the general external examination and explain to us the process there, please.
Okay. So the first line just is an overall description of the body. So she was a decomposed, partially skeletonized, white female based on her hair and the texture of her hair and the color of the hair. The body weight was 46 pounds.
Okay, let me ask you a question there.
Sure.
That was her weight at autopsy, correct?
Correct.
After the body had decomposed?
Yes.
Okay, are you able to give us any indication as to her approximate size prior to her death?
No.
If I told you her driver's license listed a weight of 118 pounds, would that be consistent with what you observed?
Yes.
And did you note what size pants she was wearing in the clothing?
Yes.
What size pants?
Size 7 jeans.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
The estimated body length was 64.5 inches, and that was estimated because her cervical spine, her cervical vertebrae, the vertebrae in her neck, were disarticulated, so I couldn't get an exact body length.
What does disarticulation mean, please?
Oh, they were separated because of decomposition.
So, in layperson's terms, what does that mean?
They were apart, so instead of being in a column and attached like they should have been with ligaments and tendons, they were separated.
Just the vertebrae?
The cervical vertebrae.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
She did not have any rigor mortis. And livor mortis, the blood pooling that I mentioned earlier, was not discernible, again, due to decomposition. She was, in terms of the decomposition, she was missing portions of soft tissue from her scalp, face, neck, and areas of the chest and back. And where the soft tissue was absent, the bones were exposed.
Okay.
Her skin was discolored and desiccated, meaning starting to dehydrate, with areas of sloughing or slippage, meaning the skin surface was coming off. And she had insect activity, including maggots, fly eggs, beetles, and those pupa casings.
Is that consistent with what you had described for us when we had Exhibit 19 up, or 18 showing her body?
It was difficult to see the insects in that photo.
Okay. But the rest, as far as the leathery skin
Yes.
and the discoloration, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any action as it relates to the insects?
I did collect pupa casings and representative insects, including maggots.
For what purpose?
These were sent to a forensic entomologist at Purdue. The forensic entomologist can examine, speciate these insects or insect casings and give us an estimated range of time these insects would have appeared on the body.
Okay. When during the autopsy, did you observe voluminous number of insects
Yes,
in various stages?
in various stages, yes.
Okay. All right. What about her head? What observations did you make during the general observation of the head area?
The scalp hair was largely sloughed, meaning it had already separated from the scalp, and what little soft tissue was left on the scalp, the hair was matted and tangled underneath the skull. The hair was light brown with gray roots, straight and about 10 centimeters in length. As far as other features, her eyes were absent due to decomposition. The nasal skeleton, what remained, was intact. Her teeth were natural, but in poor condition. There were several teeth remotely absent, and the ears were absent due to decomposition.
Okay. As for next page, page 3, the torso, what did you observe there?
The skin over the torso and extremities was dry, leathery, discolored, tan brown to black. The cervical spine was exposed due to loss of soft tissues in the neck, and the cervical vertebrae were separated. In the right supraclavicular region, which is the area of the right shoulder, the hyoid bone and fragments of the neck cartilage were identified.
They're not supposed to be there, are they?
No.
Why were they there?
Partly due to decomposition, so they weren't in their original locations. It could have been some slippage, it could have been animal activity. I don't know exactly why they ended up right here.
Okay. What did you note about the hyoid bone?
The hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone, that usually sits right under the chin and protects the cartilage of the upper airway. The hyoid bone was intact, so it did not have fractures.
And trachea,
The trachea was not identified.
was it absent?
Yes,
Okay. So, no eyes, no ears, no trachea, no skin tissue to the nose?
correct.
Okay. And all of that you believe caused by the insect activity?
Decomposition and insect activity.
Okay. All right. Did you observe, I'm a little bit lower on page 3 now, any evidence of injury to the body?
I observed no external trauma to the body or internal trauma. The caveat is that because she was missing portions of soft tissue, such as the neck, there were limitations to whether there were injuries there that I simply could not evaluate because she was missing those portions of tissue.
Like what kinds of things may you see?
If, say, she were fresh and didn't have decomposition, there could have been bruising to her skin over any area of her body that it would have been evident. Any kind of trauma, sharp force injuries, blunt force injuries,
Abrasions?
scrapes, yes,
Okay. And you couldn't see any of that anywhere on her body?
correct.
Why not?
Decomposition changes the color of the skin, which you saw in those photographs, and it causes hardening or leathery texture to the skin, so it will obscure things like bruises. It might obscure abrasions, but if it's not there, it also can't be evaluated.
Okay. Did that hamper your ability to make ultimate conclusions in this case?
Yes,
Significantly?
yes,
Did you perform an internal examination on the body?
yes,
And this is when you described you do the Y incision and examine the internal organs?
yes,
There was a number of internal organs that were just missing, correct?
correct,
Absent entirely.
yes.
Did you have an understanding as to how that occurred?
Her abdominal cavity was full of maggots, so likely insects had consumed those organs.
And I think you note on page 4, no stomach, correct?
Correct,
No small intestine?
correct.
How about a colon?
No colon,
Appendix?
no appendix,
Kidneys?
no kidneys,
Bladder?
no bladder.
Uterus?
Uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries were all absent.
Spleen?
Spleen was not there.
Tongue?
Tongue was not identified as well.
How about the brain?
There was no brain tissue left in the skull.
Again, did that significantly hamper your ability to draw conclusions in this case?
Yes,
Are these the types of organs that you would ordinarily examine and perhaps analyze if necessary during the course of an autopsy?
yes,
Did you collect any toxicology samples?
I collected skeletal muscle as well as tissue from the area of her liver and sent both of those specimens for toxicology.
Ideally, are those good sites to obtain samples from?
Generally, the liver is a better site than skeletal muscle if one has to use tissue for toxicology. Blood is the best specimen for toxicological analysis.
Why couldn't you send any blood?
Ms. Pavlons had no blood because of decomposition.
Okay. So in order for you to collect toxicology samples, you had to rely on the liver and the muscle.
Correct.
Again, are those ideal sources?
Not ideal.
Why not?
They're not as representative as blood would be. Like I said, liver would be a better specimen than skeletal muscle in some instances. In this case, for Ms. Pavlons, her liver was likely contaminated by insect detritus. So it's hard to know whether the levels in this specimen that was sent as liver are actually representative. For her, skeletal muscle is probably more reflective of the medication she had in her system.
You refer to insect detritus?
Detritus.
Could you spell that? I saw Deidre give me a look.
Detritus.
What is that?
Droppings.
Okay. Insect droppings.
Yes.
Okay. So was the quality of the sample that you obtained from the liver in Ms. Pavlon's case good quality?
No.
It was contaminated by these insect droppings.
Necessarily so. I mean, there were probably fragments of decomposing maggots too, because maggots have a finite life cycle. So it's hard to know how much was actually liver tissue and how much was insect tissue.
Okay. What about the muscle? You said skeletal muscle, correct?
Yes.
Where did you obtain that from? Do you remember?
Skeletal muscle was obtained from the thigh
Is that,
of quadriceps.
I'm sorry, is that generally a good source for toxicology testing?
It's not great, but it was more protected and less likely to be contaminated by insects or insect droppings than the liver tissue.
Okay. Sometime I've seen cases with you where you're able to collect toxicology samples from the vitreous fluid in the eyes, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to do that in this case?
No.
There was no other good source for you to get a sample for toxicology testing other than the liver and the skeletal muscle.
Correct.
Okay. Ultimately, were you able to reach a conclusion on cause of death?
The cause of death was undetermined, so no, I was not able to reach a conclusion as to why Stephanie was dead.
Okay. Were you able to reach a conclusion as to manner of death?
If cause of death is undetermined, then manner of death must be undetermined.
According to who?
That is the practice, and if you can't say whether the cause of death was a natural process, an intentional process, or an exogenous process perhaps inflicted by someone else, then you can't commit to any other cause or manner of death than undetermined. If you can't identify a cause, then you can't identify a manner.
Well, let me ask you something. Were you aware that Stephanie Pavlons had epilepsy?
Yes,
Is it possible she died from a seizure?
it's possible.
How are you not able to tell that, or why are you not able to tell that?
She had no brain left. I could not examine her brain for any features of epilepsy. She had no tongue, so I couldn't look for bite marks that might have been sustained during a seizure. The fact that she was found in the woods without any identification seems to suggest that it wasn't a seizure.
Okay. What about the position of the body? Did that tell you anything as to whether or not it was a seizure or not?
No.
You couldn't tell anything that way?
No.
Okay. So you said basically the fact that you cannot determine cause of death means you cannot determine cause of death, or they both must be undetermined.
If cause of death is undetermined, then manner of death has to be undetermined.
Okay. Did you review Ms. Pavlon's medical history?
Yes.
Did you review the police reports in this case?
Yes.
Did you review, or were you given information by detectives as the case was investigated further?
Yes.
Would you speak with them on occasion?
Yes.
Aside from the limitations at the autopsy because of the decomposition, was there any piece of information that you felt was missing or unavailable to you that would have assisted you in this case?
Other than being there and knowing what happened to cause her death, I mean,
Yeah.
videography would be great, but I feel like we did everything we could, or I did everything I could and looked at every piece of information possible that was available to me, and I can't think of anything else that would have helped.
Was this a challenging case for you, Dr. Scheel?
Very.
One of your hardest cases ever?
Yes,
You spent a great deal of time thinking about it?
I did.
Okay. And I asked you earlier if you were able to determine, or if you were able to recall the time of death. When time of death was pronounced, do you remember that?
Yes.
If I show you your investigator's report, would that refresh your memory in that regard?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the witness only, I'm going to put up, it's not an exhibit, Judge, I'm just using it to refresh recollection. It's Ms. Barth's investigative report.
That's fine.
Okay. Is it on your screen?
Yes, I just saw it.
Okay. What time did you pronounce time of death?
13:30 or 1:30 p.m.
Does it also note in Ms. Barth's report, or do you remember, I should ask first, do you remember when you got out to the scene, you examined the body, you make these detailed observations, correct?
Correct.
Are you taking notes, or is Ms. Barth taking notes, or?
Ms. Barth is taking notes.
Okay. And photographs of the body?
Correct.
About how long does it take you to do all this out there?
It depends on the case, but I believe I was probably out there for a bit longer because I was also collecting insect specimens.
Okay. And did you, at some point, the body is put into a body bag?
Correct.
Is that one of the last things you do?
Not always. For
Okay.
instance, for Ms. Pavlons, we needed to place her in a body bag, and then I needed to collect some more insects from underneath the body.
Do you remember what time it was when you left the scene?
I don't recall what time I left.
If you look at Ms. Barth's report, would that refresh your recollection?
Barth is Barth.
Yes, I'm sorry. Page 3, Ms. Gussie.
I probably left at about the same time as our investigator, which was an hour and 10 minutes after I pronounced.
Okay. Is there a difference between time of death being pronounced versus when did she actually die?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
The time of pronouncement is the legal date and time of death. So for purposes of the death certificate, we need to know what date she was actually pronounced dead. But the actual time of death is often different from the time of pronouncement. So for Ms. Pavlons, clearly she'd been deceased for a while when she was pronounced dead, which was her legal pronouncement. But her estimated date of death was different than her pronouncement time.
Were you able to reach a conclusion as to her estimated date of death?
Yes.
What factors did you rely on?
Relied on the police investigation, some details they provided me regarding the last time she was known to be alive, and I believe her mother's account of when she had last seen Ms. Pavlons, and Ms. Pavlons was no longer seen after a particular date.
Was there anything forensically or scientifically that assisted you as well?
The body examination, the forensic entomology were both very helpful in estimating her date of death.
And what is your conclusion as to estimated date of death?
August 23rd, 2022.
I wanted to ask you, we've talked about, through your testimony, the unbuckled pants.
Yes.
Was there any evidence of a sexual assault of Miss Pavlons?
There was not evidence that I could see, but she was decomposing and had insects in her genital regions, so that could have obscured trauma. Other than the fact that her pants were up, pulled up to her waist, there was no other evidence of a sexual assault.
Okay. That is something you would routinely look for,
Yes,
but you couldn't see anything.
correct.
Okay. Would it have been worth trying to collect samples to send to the crime lab?
No.
Okay. I also want to ask you, obviously you've told us you were not able to determine the cause of death, but can you help us understand, is there a way that Ms. Pavlons could have died that you just couldn't see from the autopsy? Specific to a homicide.
Specific to a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, based on the autopsy findings, I could not rule out strangulation. I could not rule out a smothering. I could not rule out head trauma. I could not rule out sharp force injury to the neck. I mean, there are a lot of things I couldn't rule out, which is one of the reasons her cause of death is undetermined.
Okay. Tell us, you mentioned strangulation and also suffocation or, I'm sorry?
Suffocation or smothering.
Smothering. What's the difference?
Suffocation can be accidental. Smothering is generally intentional.
Okay. How is it normally accomplished?
If we're talking about an adult?
A smothering, yes, of an adult, yes.
Usually it's something held over the face to obstruct the nose and airways. Usually it's in a compromised individual, so perhaps unconscious already or debilitated by some other type of physical condition, but generally obstruction of the airways.
And how about strangulation?
Strangulation can be manual, so that's with the hands. It's compression of the neck vasculature, preventing blood flow to the brain. It can also be done with an implement, such as a piece of fabric or a garrote, and neither one necessarily results in fracture of the hyoid bone.
In the instance of a smothering of an adult, do you have an opinion as to about how long someone would have to block the nasal and mouth airways in order until death occurs in a smothering situation?
If the adult individual is not compromised and is able to fight, it's hard to say. If the individual, the victim, is compromised and for some reason unconscious, it'd be a matter of minutes.
What about strangulation?
Again, same thing. If the individual is fighting and is able to fight back, then it could take upwards of several minutes. If the individual is already compromised, it might not take very long. I'd say a minute or two, max.
Okay. And the other things you had suggested, possibly a blow to the head or a sharp force instrument, things like that. How long would something like that take before death results?
Well, with a blow to the head, it would depend on what type of injury was inflicted. Is it a blood collection? Is it a vertebral artery dissection? It's hard to know without knowing the type of injury that ensued from the blow to the head. Sharp force injury depends on the vessel that was cut.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Great, thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you. Dr. Shields, you're employed by Waukesha County, correct?
Correct.
So you're a government employee, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the government is prosecuting or trying to prosecute Mr. Pahl for a homicide, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have to ask. You said because she didn't have an ID on her that you ruled out seizure. That was your testimony. What is the connection?
I believe that wasn't exactly the content of my testimony. I said she was found in a wooded area without any identification on her, so I didn't think a seizure was probably likely.
Is there some connection between having ID in your pocket or being in the woods that prohibits seizures?
No, it's the circumstances that are concerning.
And let's talk about circumstances. So you had a chance to look around the body in the wooded area, correct?
Correct.
And it was kind of a clearing area, correct?
It was sorry?
There was kind of a clearing. There weren't trees right up against her body, correct?
She wasn't pressed up against a tree, but there were trees over her, yes.
Okay, but the nearest tree trunk was probably there was a clearing there, correct? You saw the picture, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there were no trees right up against her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you examined the ground in the area around her, correct?
Yes.
And there were no drag marks to where she was positioned, correct?
If there had been drag marks, they may have been obscured by the weather since she died.
But you saw absolutely no evidence of her being dragged to that location, correct?
I saw no evidence of her being dragged to that location.
Thank you. You also told, do you remember meeting Detective Fredericks at the scene of where Miss Pavlons was found? Do you remember going to the scene?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And do you remember initially telling him that you believed that she died at that location, correct?
I don't recall telling him that, no.
Okay, but you could have, correct?
I may have suggested that she could have died there or somewhere else.
Okay, but your initial impression was that she died at the scene, correct?
I don't recall that.
You also recall that you initially told him that she had been there anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks because it would be hard to make a conclusion, correct?
I don't recall that. I believe I said 2 weeks.
You, obviously the state, given their theory, said that you couldn't rule out homicide you couldn't rule out stabbing or strangulation, things like that, correct?
Correct.
And you can't rule out a car accident in this case, can you?
Correct.
Okay. And you can't rule out an overdose?
Correct.
And you can't rule out some kind of medical or natural death, correct?
Correct.
You examined Miss Pavlons' clothing, correct?
Yes.
And you obviously examined what you could of her organs and her soft tissue and her skeleton, correct?
Yes.
And in your examination, you didn't see, for example, you didn't see any marks on any of the bones that would indicate any kind of sharp object injury, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't identify anything that you could say is a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm obviously just an attorney. The hyoid bone was intact, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen strangulation cases or suffocation cases where that hyoid bone is broken, correct?
I have.
And that's, if a broken hyoid bone would be an indication of a possible strangulation or suffocation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but Ms. Pavlons was completely intact, correct?
Correct.
In looking at your resume, okay, your CV, you're familiar with it, correct?
Yes.
And you're a member of several organizations and associations, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Correct.
And what is that organization?
The American Academy for Forensic Sciences is an organization to which many people who are involved in forensics belong. So odontologists, entomologists, pathologists, criminalistics, ballistics people, things like that. Every year they have a meeting for those who can make it to attend topics of discussion in particular fields having to do with forensic medicine.
Okay, and would you say that that's one of the top organizations in the country that would train and certify people who are supposed to give forensic testimony in criminal cases?
I don't know about training and boarding people who are supposed to give testimony, no.
Okay, are they one of the top national organizations that do training for people involved in the forensic sciences?
Yes.
And you believe that any standards or anything that might come through that organization are very important for people, for training and for training of people who are involved in forensic science?
Yes, it could be.
Do you get certified on a regular basis as a medical examiner?
No, every year I have to renew my Wisconsin medical license.
Is there any training or testing that you go through as part of that process?
For the medical license?
Correct.
No.
Is there any testing that you go through on a regular basis for any of your certifications?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe some of that testing that you go through?
Yes. Every 2 years I have to provide documentation that I've done so many hours of continuing medical education to maintain my certification through the American Board of Pathology. And every 10 years I get recertified in forensic pathology, pediatric pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology, which requires a board examination.
Okay. Does that board examination, do you examine bodies and try to determine cause of death and manner of death, those type of things?
No, it's a written examination.
Okay. Dr. Shields, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 446.
Is that a photo?
Death certificates. Death certification summary. Okay, can you tell us what that is?
This is a death certification summary, which includes information germane to Stephanie Pavlons.
And when did you file that report?
I didn't file this report. It's a report that's generated from a query of our medical examiner database.
Okay. So that's not a report. Do you know when this report was generated?
I don't.
Okay. If there's a date of September 7th of 2023, would that at the bottom, is that likely when this report was generated?
Yes.
So that was approximately a year after Ms. Pavlons' death?
Correct.
And that was after extensive, obviously, examination and investigation, correct?
Yes.
And on that document, you indicate the cause of death is undetermined, correct?
Correct.
And on that document, you indicate manner of death is undetermined, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Dr. Shield, you were asked on cross-examination that I guess the implication was because you and I both work for Waukesha County that you're biased in my favor. Do you remember that question? You're a government worker and the government is prosecuting Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
Okay. You don't work for the district attorney's office?
No.
You don't work for the sheriff's office?
No.
You work with these entities, correct?
Correct.
You are free to reach whatever opinion and conclusions you want, absent oversight from the DA's office or the sheriff's office, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about drag marks at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And I assume Mr. Wolf was referring to drag marks on the ground. Is that what you understood him to be referring to?
That was my presumption, yes.
Okay, and you said they could have been obscured by conditions.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Just that it had been a while since Ms. Pavlons had died. So if there had been drag marks on the ground, if there had been, they may have been obscured since it had been a period of time, including, weather conditions, rain, just the passage of time.
You could please put up 17. And if you could just zoom in a little bit on this one, please. A little bit out. The first click was good. And then more to the top of the photo, please. There we go. Okay. Dr. Shield, I'm displaying for you exhibit number 17. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You see an opening in the woods that could perhaps be a trail?
Yes.
Was that there that day?
Yes.
Okay. With the position of the arms being up near the head area of the body, is it possible that the body was dragged feet first?
It's possible.
If you could go to 18, please. Is it possible that the body was dragged with Ms. Pavlons facing down, like on her stomach as she was being dragged?
That's possible.
What do you base that on?
That could account for why her T-shirt and bra are rucked up, if you will, above her breasts.
And her arms are up above as well? Okay. Her right arm, was it kind of stuck in there?
Yes.
If she had been dragged face down on her stomach by her feet, could there be abrasions, cuts, whatever, to her head and face?
Yes.
Would those have been observable to you?
No.
Same with the stomach, or the torso, I should say.
Correct.
Could have been abrasions, but you just can't see them.
Correct. There don't appear to be abrasions to the intact portion of her stomach that I can see here.
Okay. You were asked about the fact that her hyoid bone was intact, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf said that can be an indication of strangulation.
Yes.
And that's a fact, isn't it?
Yes.
That's something you look for.
Yes.
Have you also seen cases where a person was strangled and the hyoid bone was not damaged, fractured in any way?
Yes.
It remained intact even though strangulation occurred.
Yes.
You've seen that personally.
Yes.
Does the research and literature also support that?
Yes.
All right, thank Thank you, Doctor. Those are all my questions.
Recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm going to have the witness look at Defense Exhibit 529. I'm asking that it be admitted.
I'm sorry, which one? I'm sorry.
529, which is a photograph from the surveillance.
Is there objection?
No.
No.
Okay, 529 is admitted.
I'd ask that it be published.
All right.
Dr. Shields, you did observe the clothing that Ms. Pavlons was wearing on the date, when she was located in the woods, correct?
Correct.
Is the clothing in this picture that you see consistent with the shirt, at least the shirt and pants that she was wearing on that particular day?
Looks to be, yes.
Okay, and that shirt, as you can see, is about down to about halfway down her thigh, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and that's the shirt that we see in the picture in the woods that's kind of pushed up, correct?
Well, I don't know if it's the same shirt.
Okay, but it's
It resembles it, yes.
Okay, and you can't say whether or you can't say how that shirt got pushed up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you can't say whether it happened when Ms. Pavlons was having some type of seizure that she could be thrashing and that shirt could get pushed up, correct? You can't say that didn't happen.
That's correct.
And you can't say that animals didn't pull that shirt up, correct?
No.
Okay, and you can't say that she didn't pull her shirt up to use the woods as a restroom, correct?
I can't say that.
Okay, so you have no idea how her shirt got pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. That's it. Thank you very much, Doctor. If you could hand me that exhibit, please, I'd appreciate that. And you are excused. Thank you. All right, we got 62. What about the exhibit 62, 446, and 529?
Yes, I would move for admission, and I have no objection to the defense exhibits. I think there was 61, also her CV.
Yes.
Move to admit 61 and 62, no objection to the defense exhibits, Your Honor.
All right. Wolf?
I'll state the similar. I will move to admit 529 and then not object to the state's exhibits.
And what about 446?
I would move for 436. I'm sorry.
All right, then they're all admitted. All right. Who's your next witness, please?
State calls Dr. Hans, Kristen
Okay,
Hans.
very good. Come on up, Doctor. You come up to the witness stand to my right, please.
Judge, are the exhibits from Dr. Shields still on the table, or?
No, I'll get them back. And if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is tonight before the court shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, have a seat, please. And if you could tell us your name, please.
My name is Crystal Hans, H-A-N-S.
Okay, thank you. And you needed some exhibits with her, ma'am?
No, sir, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure they weren't left
They're not.
behind so
Nothing.
that
Okay.
Dr. Hans has a clean workspace.
All right.
Okay. Dr. Hans, please tell the jury your occupation.
I'm an assistant professor of forensic entomology at Purdue University and a forensic entomology consultant.
Did you, at my request, send a copy of your curriculum vitae documenting your educational and professional work and experience?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'd like to please, any objection to publishing her CV?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you, sir. Exhibit 64, we're going to put up on the screen. And this is a 29-page document, according to the PDF.
Yes.
Pretty lengthy, huh? Okay, and this is a document you created?
Yes, this is.
Okay. And if you could just, we're not going to go through it all, but explain your education, formal education and training, please.
Yes. I received a bachelor's in biology from William Smith College in Geneva, New York. I then received a master's in biology with research in forensic entomology from Cleveland State University.
1 second, please.
Yes.
Doctor, could you do me a favor? You're soft-spoken, which is okay, and you're facing the screen. If you could pull the microphone bar over that way.
Sure thing.
Thank you so much.
Happy to help.
Put it on that screen right in front of you?
It is,
Okay,
yes.
that might be a little easier
Yes.
for you. Okay, thank you.
Sure. I then went on to complete my PhD in biology with research in forensic entomology from the University of Windsor in 2016.
And you said you're currently working as, you have 2 titles, right? Associate professor,
Assistant professor.
excuse me?
Yes.
Assistant professor and also a consultant.
And a consultant, that's correct.
Tell us about your work as an assistant professor.
As an assistant professor, I teach forensic science and forensic entomology courses in the Department of Entomology at Purdue. I also have a research lab where I train graduate and undergraduate students on research related to forensic entomology.
And this is Purdue University,
That's correct.
West Lafayette.
West Lafayette campus.
All right, Boilermakers. Okay, well, welcome to Wisconsin.
Thank
you
you.
for coming. So you teach both undergraduate and graduate level courses?
I do not teach graduate level courses, but I train graduate students in my research lab.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
What types of
Wonderful. Training graduate students is a significant contribution to academia and research. How do you find
throw this thing away, somebody? Judge, I know you're going to kill me, so I'm just going to throw this in the garbage right now. I'm sorry.
I'll do it outside the presence of.
Okay. Turn that thing off. All right, my apologies. I know that's really one of Judge Ramirez's least favorite things, so I apologize to the court and to everybody. Okay, so Dr. Hans, what types of courses do you treat at Purdue University?
I teach several courses throughout the academic year, including forensic investigation, forensic analysis, forensic testimony and ethics, and then an investigating forensic science introductory level course.
And this is all specific to the field of entomology?
It all includes entomology, but covers a broad range of forensic science.
Sure. And forensic meaning relating to a court proceeding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Have you ever testified in a court before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
One time previously.
When, where, and when was that?
That was in Lake County, Indiana in 2021.
What kind of case was it?
That was a criminal case as well.
Okay. And were you, in that case, asked to give an opinion as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Have you had other opportunities to testify but never actually made it to the stand? Or let me ask you a better way. Have you worked on other criminal cases?
I have.
Okay. Can you estimate for us about how many?
About 43 cases.
Okay. And is that part of your work as an independent consultant?
That's true, as a consultant.
So that's separate from your work at Purdue University?
Yes.
Tell us about your independent consulting practice.
So I'm contacted by a variety of different individuals, pathologists, coroners, death investigators, when there's insect evidence that's associated with a scene or with remains. Sometimes I collect the evidence. Sometimes others collect the evidence and ship it to me for analysis.
Okay. And are you a part of any professional organizations?
Yes, so I'm a member of the American Board of Forensic Entomology, which is our certification body in North America.
So you are board certified in this
I am
field?
board certified.
Okay. Any other professional organizations?
I'm currently the president of the North American Forensic Entomology Association, which is our professional organization in North America as well.
And do you host conferences and trainings and things like that?
Yes, I do. I hosted one at Purdue this summer.
And okay, so you're actively involved in that. And you get people from all over the world?
Yes, it was an international conference, and
Okay.
yeah.
And also, again, we're not going to go through it, but you have your published works, is that correct?
Yes.
Quite a few published works?
Yeah, about 25 between papers and book chapters.
Okay. And that's, again, specific to the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Wolf, any further voir dire for this witness?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for explaining your background to us, Dr. Hans. We're going to move forward then and ask, I want to ask you about question specific to this case, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document that's been marked as Exhibit 65, which is her report.
Thank you.
Can you identify 65?
Yes, this is a report that I submitted.
Okay. Specific to this case.
Specific to this case.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
I received an email from Dalen Modrak, the deputy medical examiner for Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay.
Asking if I would assist with the insect evidence associated with this case.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What's that person's name again, please?
Dalen Modrak,
Spell that. Is it D-I-L-L-O?
Daleynn,
Okay. Okay.
Modrak.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
To your knowledge, have you ever worked with the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office before?
On one case previously.
Okay. So they called you up and asked for help, is that right?
Yes. That's
All right. And was this early on in the case?
This was, I believe, the day that the autopsy had taken place.
Okay. And did you speak with Ms. Modrick on the phone?
Not on the phone, only through email.
I see. All right. Were you made aware of the fact that they were collecting specimens and wanted your assistance in identifying those specimens?
I was made aware that the specimens had been collected
I
and
see.
they were looking to ship these insects to me.
Okay. And you agreed to assist?
Yes, I did.
1 second, please. All right. Did you receive more than one specimen or sample, I guess is a better word?
I received a total of 5 samples.
5 samples from the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office. Describe each of those 5 samples, please.
The samples were, 2 of them were in plastic Tupperware containers that had live insects and tuna fish, which was the food source for the insects.
Okay.
In addition to that, there were 3 glass vials that contained preserved or already dead insect samples as well.
I see. All right. And is that the preferred method, that you receive some live samples and some preserved samples?
The standard method is to have a combination of both. We have live samples, especially for maggots or baby flies, so that we can raise them up until they're adult flies for
Okay.
positive identification. We also have a sample of preserved insects, meaning that they were preserved when they were collected to stop their development, so that we can examine them in the lab to determine what life stage those insects are in.
Okay. Was when you received the samples, did you have any reason to doubt the integrity of the samples?
I did not.
Okay. So let's start with the live insects that you received. I think one of them was labeled as maggots from torso. Do you remember
Yes,
that?
that's correct.
What did you do with those samples, please?
So live maggot samples, they came to me already in that tuna fish food source. I transfer them into a glass mason jar, the same kind of jars that you would use at home for canning or preservation. And once they're in that glass jar, I add pine shavings and I give them extra food. So we use beef liver in the lab. It's a nutritious food source for the maggots as they're developing. I then place a piece of landscape tarp on the top. It's the same as what you would use in your garden to try to prevent weed growth. I then place the ring of the jar to keep it secure. And while the maggots are in this jar, they can feed. And then when they're finished with feeding, they can burrow into the pine shavings, into that substrate to complete their development.
And that's what you did in this case?
And that's what I did in this case.
Were you able to develop the larvae into an actual insect, adult insect?
Yes, I developed those larvae into adult blowflies.
All right, so let's talk about what is a blowfly.
Yeah, a blowfly is a very common fly. I'm sure that you've seen them hovering over your garbage can or maybe stopping by to visit your food if you're eating outside. They're shiny, metallic. I think they're beautiful as an entomologist, but they're very common flies for us to see out in the wild.
Okay, and how, in the wild, how would they develop?
In the wild, the female flies are attracted to decomposing tissue, and they can detect the odors of decomposition far before we can as humans. So female flies will arrive to the remains or to a carcass, and they're looking for locations on the body that are suitable for them to lay their eggs. Typically, the flies will go for the natural openings of the face, so the eyes, ears, nose, or mouth. And once they deposit those eggs, they're looking for these protected spaces that have liquid, have mucous membranes. And that's important because fly eggs are really prone to drying out. And if they dry out, they won't survive. So the female flies are always looking for those eggs will hatch into very small maggots. And maggots go through 3 different life stages. And once they hatch out of an egg, they can start feeding on the tissue and on the liquid of the remains.
Okay, I'm going to have you take us through the life cycle,
Yes.
but before I do that, I wanted to ask, you said they can detect an odor long before a human can.
Yes.
And can they travel great distances to locate the decomposing remains?
Yes. It's been documented that they can travel up to 8 to 10 miles to arrive to remains.
And do they specifically seek out human remains?
Not just human remains, animal remains as well.
Okay. And so this is why when you see roadkill on the side of the road, you see buzzing. Those are probably blowflies?
Probably blowflies as well.
Okay. And they're looking for a spot to deposit their eggs?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, does the development from stage to stage depend on environmental factors?
So the rate of development depends on the environment. So for our flies, as many other insects, they cannot generate their own internal heat the way that we can. So they rely on the environment. And essentially, the warmer it is outside, the faster they can progress through these life stages, the faster they can develop. The colder it is, the slower they develop.
And you've already indicated to us there's various stages of this development.
Yes.
Did you provide a little chart for me to help us understand this?
I did.
Okay, we're going to put up Exhibit 60, please. I'm sorry, 66? 66.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, Doctor, please explain the blowfly life cycle to the class.
Yes, so what this figure is illustrating, up at the top we have an example of one of our blowflies. You can see how metallic and shiny they are. Now those female flies, when they arrive to the remains, they're going to deposit an egg mass, and flies can deposit between 200 and 400 eggs on remains. When it's in the egg mass, those eggs are going to hatch, and from that will come those very small maggots, and we call those a first instar. That's the first maggot stage. Now, once they hatch from the egg, those maggots can start to feed. They have very small mouth hooks that are inside the pointy end of the maggot. And they can use those to feed on tissue. Now, maggots are going to eat for the duration of those life stages. So as they eat, they get progressively bigger, and they move from the first instar, from that real small maggot, to a second instar, which is slightly larger. They can.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Yes.
The term you're using, instar?
Instar, I-N-S-T-A-R.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All one word.
All one word. Okay. Yes. Yeah, and that just refers to the stage. So from the second instar, the second maggot stage, they'll continue to feed, they'll get larger, and they move into the third instar stage. So that's our third maggot stage, and that's when they're going to be quite large.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the screen in front of you is actually a touch screen?
Oh, I can touch it? Oh, great. Okay.
And then it'll mark. So if you could show us which one is instar number 1 and designate it with the number 1.
Absolutely. Oh, is it supposed to be moving?
All right, hang on. Okay. There's 3 lines on the bottom.
This?
There. Right. Touch that, please. Not working.
Nope.
see what's going on. It's because it's drawing a white line.
Oh, I
If
see.
you ever touch it again, it should be a color. Touch it for a little bit.
No, it doesn't seem to be reacting.
Okay. Okay, that's all right, Judge. Well,
If anyone has an old-fashioned pointer, we can do this that way as well.
I do.
You do? All right. Prepared.
good thinking.
Laser pointer?
You can step up if you want to.
Okay. That might be a little bit.
Just keep your voice up, please.
Top up.
Yeah.
Here, let me see.
It-
It doesn't
It
show
might
on the
be-
screen. I
Doesn't
think.
show on the screen. All right.
Nope.
Okay. Well, we're going to do this the really old-fashioned way.
Okay.
The adult blowfly is at the top, and we're going to go clockwise.
Yes, we're
around
going
the
to
clock.
go clockwise,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
Move this over for you.
Okay.
So from that fly, we have the egg mass.
Okay.
That's depicted. We move to the arrow below, and on the right-hand side, that's our small first instar, that small maggot stage. So that's when they can start feeding.
Okay.
From that first instar, we go to our second instar, so they're a little bit bigger. They're still going to be actively feeding. From that second instar, moving over to the left-hand side, now we have the largest of those maggots, and we call that a third instar. Now they're going to continue to feed, and as they approach the end of that third instar stage, we call them pre-pupal, meaning they're finishing up with their digestion, and they're going to be looking for a dry place where they can pupate. And the pupa is that brown cocoon-looking structure that's shown there. So if you've ever heard about butterfly development or moth development, that's similar to a cocoon or a chrysalis for those insects. So once that maggot is done feeding, they're going to shrink and harden and form that protective, you can see it's a dark brown case around them. Now, while they're inside of that case, they are going to be changing into an adult fly. They will emerge out of that case as an adult with wings, and now they can fly off to locate food and a mate in another area of remains.
Excellent. All right. You said they feed during all three phases of the instar, correct?
All three of those maggot stages, yes.
Okay. And then at some point when they are making the transition from instar 3 to the pupate stage, that's pre-pupal stage, pupal.
Yes.
Okay. Are they feeding during that time?
They are not. So they have finished feeding, and they are trying to clear everything out of their digestive system.
When they first hatch in instar 1, do they start eating right away?
They can start feeding immediately.
Okay. You can have a seat again. Thank you.
Thanks.
And how much do these little guys eat?
So it's estimated that each individual maggot can eat about 1 gram of tissue throughout those stages.
They eat a lot.
They do.
Okay. And they eat continuously.
Yes.
Okay. And you said it can depend on environmental factors how long it takes to move through this cycle, correct?
Yes.
Is there a range that it generally takes?
Well, that depends on the species of fly.
Okay.
And so we have published data sets that document how long it takes for each species to develop at different temperatures.
Okay. And getting back to our cycle here, about the 10 o'clock spot, the pupate,
Pupa, yes.
pupa, is the insect or the casing still on the body or the remains?
That would still be on the remains, and
Okay.
even after the fly emerges out of it, that would still be left behind.
Okay. I'm sorry, the remains of the source of the food, the human remains.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that pupal case would still
Still
stay
stay
in that location.
Okay.
Yes.
And so we just had Dr. Shield, the medical examiner, testifying that she could observe some pupae casings. That's what she would be referring to.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So getting back to our live samples that you developed in the lab,
Yes.
you took them through this cycle, right?
Yes.
And when you received it, do you know what stage it was in the cycle?
When I received them, they were third instar.
Okay.
So they were already quite large
Okay.
at that stage. And that's for the live ones.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know in your lab how long it took you to develop them fully to adult fly?
I do not have it in this report.
Okay.
Yes.
It's okay. Can you identify the species when they are in the maggot stage?
It's easier when they're in that large third instar
Okay.
stage to identify them,
Okay.
but even easier when they're an adult fly.
Okay. So were you ultimately able to make identification?
Yes, of those adult flies, yes.
And what did you determine?
That they were the blowfly Formia regina.
Okay. That's the scientific name?
It is. The common name is the black blowfly.
Black blowfly. Okay.
And Ms. Opper, would that be a name that my court reporter would necessarily know, perhaps not being so experienced in flies?
No, probably not, Judge.
Perhaps you could ask the witness to spell that?
Happy
Yes,
to
sir.
spell that. Formia is Phormia. Regina, Regina.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much for
You're welcome.
spelling that for us.
And that was that identification occurred. How do you do that? Will you look at it, visually examine it, or?
Yeah, so we do what's called a morphological examination. So I'm looking at each individual fly under a microscope, trying to determine the characters that it has on its body
Okay.
to determine the species.
Okay. And so you had to do this step in order to know how long the stage of development took. You have to know the exact species.
I have to know the species, yes.
Okay. So from there, once you've identified the species, are you able to calculate an approximate time that it took for this cycle?
Yes, so using data from the nearest weather station, I was able to get the temperature data. And then once I have the species, I can estimate what we call the time of colonization. And colonization just refers to when the eggs were deposited on the body. And so once I know the species and I know the oldest life stage that was developing on the remains, we can work backwards in this cycle to determine when those eggs were first deposited, when they first colonized the remains.
Okay. And you were able to do that in this case?
Yes, I was.
You got weather data from a nearby weather station?
Yes.
And that's published or publicly available weather data?
It is. It is through NOAA.
Okay.
Yes.
The
National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
All right. A reliable source of information?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And did you have to have any other factors available to you to make this calculation?
Once I have the temperature data, I'm also looking for published data sets about the development of this particular species of blowfly.
So others have done studies,
Yes, this is based on research with these species.
and these are published studies?
Yes, published peer-reviewed studies.
Okay. And again, the type of material or information you would reasonably rely on in the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Were you able to find a published study that would tell you specific to the black blowfly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us about that, please.
I found two. So I found the Bird and Allen 2001 publication.
Please
that talks, the author's name. So
Yes.
Bird, BYRD, and Allen, ALLEN.
Okay.
Yes. And in that paper, they talk about the development of this species at different temperatures, including cyclical temperatures. I also found a paper by Anderson, Anderson. And in that paper, again, it talks about the development of the black blowfly at different temperatures and includes information about what we call the accumulated degree days.
Yeah, explain what that means, please.
Yeah, so accumulated degree days is a term that we use in entomology that takes into account temperature and time. And the way that we think about it is these flies have to acquire thermal units. So because they're relying on the environment for the rate that they develop, they have to get a certain amount of thermal units to be able to move through each of these life stages. So the warmer it is, the faster they can acquire those thermal units to be able to move through their development cycle.
And were you ultimately able to calculate the accumulated degree days specific to this case?
Yes, I was.
What was your finding, please?
So I found that for Formia vagina, for this black blowfly, in order to reach the third instar, so the largest of that maggot stage, they would need between 105.58 and 119.17 of those thermal units, of those accumulated degree days. I also wanted to take into account that pre-pupal, so the end of that third instar, as they're getting ready to form that pupal case. And for that, I found that they would require between 159.75 and 177.75 of those accumulated degree days.
And then you had to do a little math, right, to come up with some dates on a calendar?
Yes, we do.
Tell us what you did.
So once we have all of that weather data and we have the temperature data for each day, we can add up those thermal units, so those degree days. So starting with the day that the remains were recovered outside, we can start to sum those thermal units, working backwards in time. So I was able to accumulate those degree days in time, and using those reported values of how many of these thermal units, how many degree days these flies would take, that puts us at a range for our pre-pupal black blowflies of August 25th to August 26th, and for those third instar maggots of August 30th to August 31st.
If based on that, you can say the human remains were present?
I can say that this is the minimum time of colonization. So the minimum amount of time that would have been needed for the insects that were collected to have developed to that stage on the remains.
I see.
Yes.
So for the pre-pupal stage, August 25th or 26th?
Yes.
Okay. And you had some familiarity with the details of the case, some photographs from the scene, things like that?
I received photos from the scene and the autopsy as well.
Okay. And did you observe the significant loss of soft tissue to the neck and head region?
Yes, I did.
Would that be consistent with the insect activity that you've described for us?
Yes. So if we think about where those flies are placing those eggs and going to the natural openings of the face, that would often be the first area that the insects would be feeding.
And they would actually eat the tissue?
They would consume the soft tissue, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, doctor. Those are all my questions.
Wolf?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Doctor, when you're basing these assumptions, you said you used the temperature and other conditions from the nearest weather station, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So your assumption is that the body was outside during that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. In looking over your resume, you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've been a member since 2018?
Yes.
And what is that organization?
The American Academy of Forensic Science is one of the largest professional organizations for forensic scientists and academics.
Okay. And does that organization set standards for various forensic fields?
The organization itself does not, but there are committees through the National Institute of Science and Technology that help to generate those standards.
Okay. So they kind of work with the National Institute of Science and Technology?
Yes.
Okay. To set standards in the forensic field?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I get that right. Okay. And you indicated that you do certain you are part of you are certified by a certification body, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell me about that. How do you go about certification?
So to become a board certified forensic entomologist, you have to demonstrate that you've published in the field, that you have a minimum of 3 years of experience, and that you've developed at least 3 case reports related to criminal proceedings. You then submit that information to the board. Once you're approved, then you take an exam, and the exam is about 12 to 13 hours, and it includes a multiple choice component as well as a practical. You have to demonstrate that you can identify a variety of different insects from across North America, as well as they give you evidence for 2 mock cases. You have to do a complete analysis and write a case report as if it was a real case.
Okay, and you don't know the results of, strike that. They're tests that you obviously are going into without knowing any other information about the scenario, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so they're blind tests, correct?
Yes, they are.
What's the importance of blind testing?
Well, I think it's important so that people can't cheat and prepare beforehand, so that there's also no bias in any of their opinions before they take the exam.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay.
You're excused.
Thank
and
you.
If you could give me that exhibit, please. And you can actually take that whole bottle of water.
All right, you got it.
Thank you. Have a safe trip back.
All right, let me talk to the attorneys about the timing here, please. Just,
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Truesdale.
all right. Doctor, can you come up to our witness stand up here, please? And if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat, please. Could you please tell us your name?
My name is Dr. Jana Marie Truesdale.
Okay, spell the first name and the last name, please.
First name Jana Marie. Last name Truesdale, Truesdell.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury what your position and title is.
I'm a forensic anthropologist. I am the consultant anthropologist for Waukesha County with the Medical Examiner's Office. I am also the head of the Forensic Investigation Program at UW-Platteville.
And what is the field of forensic anthropology? What's the focus of that field?
A forensic anthropology is someone whose specialization is the human skeleton. So that could be assisting with identifications. It could be telling the life story or what happened to a person in death. And it could also be interpreting decomposition. We study decomposition so that we know what is normal or not normal in certain environments and situations.
I'm going to ask that we display for you Exhibit 67, which is your curriculum vitae. Should come up on that screen to your right there.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. And this is a document you generated?
Correct.
And does it indicate your education and formal training in the field of forensic anthropology?
It does.
All right. Please just tell the jury about your education.
I'm
sorry, can we display this, publish this? Any objection, Mr. Wolf?
No objection, Your
Okay.
No,
Okay, just-
sorry, no objection.
Thank you.
Attorney Hopper.
Thank you, sir.
My education, I have 2 masters. My first master's is at the University of Central Lancashire. That is in forensic anthropology. My second master's was from the University College London, and that is forensic archaeological science. And my doctorate is from the University of Oxford, again in anthropology.
So all of your education occurred in the UK?
It did.
Okay.
Well, I should say I went to do a certificate of major at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee.
Okay. And you're currently on staff at the University of Platteville?
Correct.
Okay. What do you teach there?
I, as the head of the forensic investigation program, I myself teach forensic anthropology, decomposition in the postmortem interval, a class called Forensic Firsts, which sort of is what are the big cases that put specific disciplines on the map. I teach a senior seminar in which students carry out experiments, either library-based or we use pigs at a taphonomy center to, again, look for things in decomposition.
Sorry, you said pigs and what?
At a taphonomy center. So taphonomy is anything that happens to the body after death.
Can you
So,
spell that, please?
ooh, T-A-P-H-O-N-O-M-Y, taphonomy.
You're learning this, huh?
Yes, sir. Are you board certified in any way or licensed certified?
I am a board certified medical legal death investigator, have been since 2012, and I am currently in the application process for board certification for forensic anthropology through the American Board of Forensic Anthropologists.
Have you ever testified in a court case before?
I have not.
Okay.
And have you ever had a judge tell you to slow down?
Oh, sorry, no.
Probably not, okay? Just a little bit. Our reporter's taking everything down, and if you just slow down a little bit.
Gotcha.
Thank
Not
you.
a problem.
All right.
You said that you do regularly consult with the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
I do.
And what kinds of cases would they call you for?
A forensic anthropologist would be called when identification is unable to be made by the usual means, such as soft tissue means or scientific means like fingerprints. We would do a biological profile, which is what did the person, how old was the person, what did they look like, were they biologically male or female, how tall were they, did they have any injuries that could be matched with someone in life, those kinds of cases. So I have worked on cold cases, quote unquote called cold cases for Waukesha, as well as modern cases of just any death, but homicide, just questioned death in general, where it would be beneficial to look at the skeleton as opposed to soft tissue.
So some of that you're describing, the cold cases and things, that's where an individual walking a dog finds a bone or something like that, and you have no idea who, what, when, where.
Correct.
Okay. This case is not to that level.
No.
Although there was decomposition of the body.
There was.
Correct. There was still tattoos and things that they were able to observe and ultimately make an identification, correct?
Yes, they had made, they were working on a presumptive identification based on clothing and jewelry when they called me, and then subsequently they had positively identified the decedent through a screw in her wrist.
Okay. So you were not needed for that identification portion.
Correct.
Okay. What was your role then in this case?
I was asked to do a trauma analysis.
Okay. What is that?
That is to, because of the decomposition, cause and manner of death were unable to be found at autopsy, so they wanted to know if there were any signs of trauma on the bones, such as sharp force trauma, blunt force trauma, anything like that that the bones could tell us.
And with your trained eye, you could detect those things?
There was sharp force trauma, but it was all consistent with modern autopsy procedures.
Okay. Because we can't really tell this jury anything other than we looked, briefly describe for us the process that you undertook to do your analysis.
I was given information, just basic background information. We agreed to meet at the morgue at a certain time. During that time, we did an initial evaluation. So that was before what we call macerating or defleshing the remains. There was still a lot of soft tissue that was putrefied, decomposing. There was some mummification. But I took an initial look for first impressions. On that day, we prioritized defleshing the ribs and the vertebrae, just because that was where we wanted to make sure we looked first. There was nothing there to be seen, and so then the medical examiner's office macerated the rest of the remains, and then once that was finished, I came back and did my examination, looking over each bone, photographing each bone, just taking inventory, filling out forms, things like that.
So let me ask you, you said each bone. You literally mean every bone in Miss Pavlons' body was inspected and analyzed by you?
Correct.
From her skull to the littlest bone in her foot?
Absolutely.
And you observed no trauma?
Again, there was sharp force trauma, but it was consistent with the autopsy that had already taken place.
Okay. Meaning when Dr. Scheel had to cut the body open, she has to cut the rib cage and things like that in order to perform her autopsy.
Correct.
That you saw, but nothing that could not be explained by autopsy.
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, Dr. Truesdale, hypothetically, let's say an example of a gunshot wound. Have you seen cases where there's trauma or defect to a bone in the case of a gunshot wound?
Yes.
How so? I mean, how is it caused?
How is it caused?
The projectile into the bone? What would you see?
You would see certain patterns. There would be, oftentimes there is a circular defect, or if it has shattered the bone, you put the bones back together and see if you can see a circular defect. You can show trajectory if there's what's called beveling, which is, it's sort of like a crater on the inside, or whichever side is the inside, which means that you can tell which way the bullet was entering the bone. There's certain fractures that, radiating fractures, things like that, that would be indicative of a gunshot wound, which is very different from other types of trauma.
Sure. And sometimes, like in the case of a stabbing, you may also see a defect from the stabbing instrument striking a bone, nicking it or something?
Correct.
Okay. Your analysis was limited to the skeletal remains or the bones of Miss Pavlons, correct?
Correct. And I did assess decomposition as well, but the bones were my focus.
Your primary focus. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Doctor, you are a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science, correct?
I am.
Can you describe what that organization is and why you're a member?
The AAFS, American Academy of Forensic Sciences, is the largest organization for forensic science in the nation. It has a lot of disciplines under its umbrella. It allows for scientists and practitioners to come together and share what they are currently doing in their practice, so case studies, experiments and the results of those experiments, but it also, in becoming a member, you are held to ethical standards as well, so it is just a body that allows scientists to come together and to adhere to certain standards.
Okay, so they assist in setting standards for various areas of forensic science?
They don't themselves set the standards, but they expect us to adhere to the standards set by, say, OSAC or National Institute of Science and Technology.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and just in your, so you said you're going through certification, certain certifications, and you've also been certified as a death investigator, correct?
Correct.
And you go through certain testing to get those certifications?
You do.
Okay. Are those blind tests?
Yes. The forensic anthropology, you go through the application process, and then you have to take a practical, which it would be blind to you, and then it's recently been broken up into 2 tiers. So it's a practical and then more case study. They give you examples and things like that, which you wouldn't know anything about. Okay. To be a death investigator, you recertify every 5 years. To be initially certified, you take a series of 5 multiple choice tests.
Okay. And for the practical tests, it's very important for those to be blind tests, correct?
Correct.
And after your investigation, which was a follow-up to the investigation done by the Waukesha County Medical Examiner, you could not come up with a cause of death or manner of death, correct?
There was no evidence of trauma on the skeleton.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Just to be clear, it's not your role to determine cause or manner of death, correct?
Correct. I would do my investigation or my examination, and I would give a report of what I saw to the medical examiner, and then they would decide cause or manner of death.
Nothing else, thank you.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And, okay. Let's break for lunch now, okay, folks? And let's come back at, I think 1:15 will be ample time for lunch. Everybody okay with that? Any objections? All right, let's be back at 1:15. Follow Mike's directions, whatever they are, such that we can start at that time, okay? All right, have a seat, everybody. Anything from the state before we break?
I think we just have a few exhibits we need to address and make sure they've been admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just conferring about the exhibits. I would move to admit 61, 62, 64, 65, 66, and 67, please. Those are all the CVs and various reports testified to by the doctors this morning.
What was 64?
64 was Dr. Hahn's CV.
Okay.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Right, they're all admitted. And then we already did some of those actually, and 446 and 529 from the defense were already admitted as well. Anything else, ma'am?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, Mr. Wolf, anything else, sir, at this juncture?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's break for lunch. Be back and ready to go at 1:15, okay? Thank you.
You did not use her report, right?
No, I didn't even introduce.
From the state?
No, Judge.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mackenzie, our clerk, has assisted everybody in showing how to work the touch screen. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we can notify the civilian. All right? Our other guys?
That just came on.
Where are they? Okay, all right.
Oh, but it's under. Sean. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what they said. One thing Matt ever talked about. He stayed here.
Hey, Napo.
'67. Yep.
All rise.
Detective Frederick, do me a favor and open those media rooms, please. Thank you. All right, all 14 jurors are back. Welcome back, everybody. I always tell everybody, remind them not to eat too much at lunch, because then you get to taking a nap at about 2:30. So have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, let's have your next witness, please.
Thank you. The state will call Detective Ross Seitz.
Come up to the witness stand, sir. Please remain standing and raise your right hand once you get up here. You can face our clerk.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
All right, very good. Have a seat, sir. And tell us your name, please.
Ross Seitz, S-E-I-T-Z.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Seitz, where are you employed?
The Waukesha County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
About 15 years.
Is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And how long have you been a detective?
About 10 years.
Were you working as a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
And on that day, was your department called to respond to a scene just east of the OAW building?
Yes.
Okay. And were you assigned to handle some responsibilities related to that investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Initially, were you asked to assist investigators in just determining who the deceased person was?
Yes.
And ultimately, the medical examiner was able to determine that that was Stephanie Pavlons, right?
Yes.
Okay. After the deceased person was identified, what was your role in the investigation?
I assisted with a search warrant. I also assisted with an interview.
Okay. As part of your kind of initial investigations, were you asked to do a preservation of a phone number?
Yes, I did.
Why is it important that law enforcement preserve records for particular phone numbers in an investigation?
So that records aren't lost.
Okay. And so you were provided from other investigators a particular number and asked to preserve that?
Yes, for Stephanie.
Okay. And then did you also learn where Stephanie and Mr. Matthew Pahl had been living around the time that she went missing?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was the Willow Apartments over there on 1001 Delafield Street.
As part of the investigation, did law enforcement seize and then ultimately review surveillance video from the Willow Park apartments?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to review some video as part of your preparation for the search warrant and then ultimately the interview of Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
Why were you looking at some surveillance video from that apartment?
I believe in speaking with the case detectives, there was information that the 23rd of August was a particular date of interest related to some phone records I believe they had, and I wanted to see what the activity was between Stephanie and the defendant.
Okay. Were there a number of surveillance cameras located throughout the apartment complex looking at different doors or different areas of the apartment complex?
Yes. Yes.
And did you ultimately focus your review on two particular doors that became of interest as part of the investigation from August 23rd specifically?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you first what's been marked as Exhibit 71. Just let me know when you can see that on your screen. This is a PowerPoint. I'm going to ask you to, can we go to slide 2, please? Do you recognize what's depicted in slide 2?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the apartment complex that you are reviewing video of?
Yes, this is, if you're just to the north of the building looking south.
Okay. And is there also an aerial view?
Yes.
What are the significance of the numbers that are located on those photos?
The 7 would be door 7, I believe it was north entry, and door 4, 4 would be for another entry or access way. I don't recall what they labeled that door.
Okay, and that's labeled, that's how the cameras are also labeled, so you know where a door or a video is actually taken, the video is taken from?
Yes.
Okay, if we can go to slide 5, please. Okay, so looking at slide 5, do you recognize slide 5 and what we're looking at here?
I do.
Okay, and slide 6?
I do.
And slide 7?
Yes.
Okay, and slide 8?
Yes.
Slide 9?
Yes.
Okay. Slide 10, please. And slide 11?
Yes.
Okay, slide 12.
Yes.
All right. Those were all videos that you reviewed prior to a search warrant that occurred at Mr. Pahl's residence?
Yeah, I believe it was September 12th I reviewed that footage.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 71 into evidence and permission to publish starting at slide 2.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted. Thank you.
So Detective Seitz, this is the two photographs that you were talking about with the numbers on the doors, right?
Yes.
Okay. And take us to slide 5, please. Okay, so you reviewed video from August 23rd of 2022, and if you can tell me, what's the timestamp at the top?
It looks like 8:39 and 20 seconds in the morning or AM.
Okay, and at the bottom it says portion of CH7. What's the significance of that related to that second slide we looked at?
That would just be attributing this to the number 7 entryway or that north entryway.
Okay, so if we can start this video, please. You could stop it. What observations did you make that were significant in your investigation about what was identified as Ms. Pavlons leaving the apartment?
We noted her clothing matched that of the body we found in the woods by OAW. Also noted some of the property she was carrying, which was a black purse with appeared to be like chain links and a pink water bottle.
Okay, you can complete the video, please. And if we can go to the next slide. Okay, and what's the timestamp at the top here?
8:40:22 AM.
And which door or camera is this coming from?
This would be door 4.
Play, please. So Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons leave from separate doors about a minute apart on August 23rd?
Correct.
Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, so you knew that that was the last, you knew based on some other investigation that the 23rd was a date of interest. Did you also want to review the video from later in the day on the 23rd to see if Ms. Pavlons returned to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you this slide now. Okay. That was hard to see. What were we looking at in that video?
Again, that's door 7 facing out to the north, and that appeared to be the defendant's vehicle traveling in the parking lot.
Okay, so looking through the door into the parking lot.
Yes.
Okay, the next slide, please. Sorry. Stop right there, please. So Mr. Pahl walks in at 11:14 a.m. What was significant to this video in your investigation?
I noted he was carrying the water bottle that Stephanie was observed leaving with a few hours earlier.
Okay, you can play again. And then next slide, please. Play here. Okay, so Detective Sites, we see Mr. Pahl come into view of the camera. Where does that door go that he entered, if you know?
I believe that goes into the main lobby.
Okay, and the next slide, please. And he exits the building at 12:20 p.m. with nothing in his hands.
Correct.
Right, next slide, please. So at 12:20 p.m., what did you see on that video?
It would be a continuation from that previous video or camera 4 of him walking in the parking lot.
Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to ask you to pause it there, please. All right, Detective Sites, at 12:30:07, what are we looking at here?
This will be Mr. Pahl returning back into the building through door 7.
Okay, and what does it appear that he's carrying?
A plastic bag.
All right. And he did not have that plastic bag when you saw him leaving the building. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, start again. So Detective Sites, in reviewing this video, was Ms. Pavlons, after she left on August 23rd, ever seen returning to the Willow Park apartments?
No.
And is it your understanding that you and other members of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department reviewed all of the available video from Willow Park apartment up until the date of the search warrant to see if she ever came back to the apartment?
Yes.
Why is it significant in your investigation to know the last time that Miss Pavlons is seen at the apartment?
It would give us a good timeline to work off of her disappearance and homicide.
Okay. So you review that video. You learn that Mr. Pahl is a resident at 1001 Delafield, and then you said you participated in the execution of a search warrant at his residence, right?
Yes.
And that occurs on September 17th of 2022?
I'm sorry.
Does that occur on September 17th of 2022?
Yes.
As part of that search warrant, sorry, you can take this down. Were a number of detectives involved in both photographing and collecting evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked and admitted as Exhibit 23. What was of significance in this photograph?
The pink water bottle is observed in, I believe that was the,
Sorry, go back to 23.
I believe that was like the living room portion of the residence where we saw that pink water bottle.
Okay. And Exhibit 28?
That's the black purse that Stephanie was carrying.
Okay. When you see her leave the apartment on August 23rd?
Yes.
I'm going to also show you the physical pieces of evidence. This is Exhibit 44. This is that same purse that was located?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 43. This is the pink water bottle that was seen Stephanie carrying out and Mr. Pahl carrying in.
Yes.
Now, as you prepared to interview Mr. Pahl, why was it important for you to have some of this information before you actually sit down and talk with Mr. Pahl?
So we figure out again a timeline of who would have last seen Stephanie or been with her.
Okay. And the interview of Mr. Pahl occurs after the execution of the search warrant?
It does.
Okay. Mr. Pahl was transported to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And there, did you read him a copy of what's known as his Miranda warnings?
It was. I did not, but it was read to him.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 73. You didn't actually fill this form out, but you were present with Detective Fredericks when this occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, you then, Mr. Pahl agreed to speak with you and Detective Fredericks and answer some questions.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Yeah. I'm going to show you Exhibit 75, and I'm going to ask just for you to look at it first, and we'll see if you recognize that. We can go to slide 2, please. Detective Seitz, do you recognize what you're looking at there?
I do.
Okay. What is this?
This is interview room 1 of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department's Detective Bureau, and that is myself, Detective Fredericks, and Mr. Pahl.
Okay. And are all of these slides clips of that interview that you conducted with Mr. Pahl and Detective Fredericks on September 17th? You can scroll down.
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 75 into evidence and permission to publish.
Objection.
All right, 75 is admitted. What about 73?
I'm not moving that in yet.
Okay, all right.
So we will start with the first clip in slide 2, please.
Why does it say 74?
Yeah.
you're going to play the video, there's audio as well.
There is audio, Judge, and
I'm not going to ask my reporter to try to transcribe it. Is that okay with you?
yes, please.
Is that okay with the defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it estranged? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, we my daughter moved. She's on the stage. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently in the last?
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going into August. That's where I had somebody else help me with my foot. In May, it was really bad. I couldn't even stand in the shower. I needed a caretaker, and she came over once in a while and helped me.
Stephanie did, or the caretaker?
Stephanie did, and I had somebody else help me. But
where's she living?
Mostly at her parents, except when she would come over and help me. Okay. She went up north up at the Dells, and she texted me many texts saying that, she was sorry what happened to my leg, that, she wished that she would have called me that day. That's a whole different story in itself what happened, but if we would have been together, it never would have happened, but that's a whole different story. And she texted me saying that I feel so helpless. Nobody in my family gives a shit about me. I can pull it right off my phone. Sure. I can show you right off my phone here. Or I'm sure you guys, maybe you got my phone tapped. Maybe you already know. I don't know. Okay, but I have the text, and she begged me to pick her up. She said, "Please pick me up." And something happened up north where she just snapped. She freaking snapped, and they said that she went out in the woods, and they had to find her out in the woods.
Where?
Up north, in the Dells.
Is there somebody who lives up north? Like, what was she doing up north?
Well, her parents have a place up there, timeshare, just like my family does.
So who from her family was telling you about her wandering off into the woods?
Well, she told me, and the little time that I talked to Layla was like really concerned, and they just totally alienated her up there, and her depression. And I told her, I said, please do not take the medication that one of the doctors is prescribing you. One of the doctors was just way prescribing her too much medication, and one of them was Zoloft. And I have medical people in my family, and that's one of the black box that can actually cause homicidal or suicidal situations for people, and that's documented. That's not coming from me. You can look up the research. I'm not trying to be Joe Know-it-all here. That's pretty much everybody knows that some of those serious antidepressants are not good.
Agreed. Yeah.
So something snapped in her, and she said, "Please come and pick me up." And I picked her up from home, and she came, helped me for a little bit. She helped me. She went with me to look at a bed in case I was going to purchase it, because I wasn't going to be able to put it, because at that time I'm still supposed to be on crutches right now. I mean, you can get I have a 3-prong fracture in my foot. I mean, my foot was swollen up like this. I couldn't move that good.
Yeah.
Just this last 2 weeks going through therapy, it finally broke through, and the swelling went down, and I'm actually able to get my feet in the shoes now. Good. Otherwise, I was on crutches and in a walking boot. So, we went to the bed thing, and she just she wasn't right. I told her, I said, you know, I'm looking at you and something's not right. And she was always really sneaky with stuff, you know. I try to help her with that stuff, but she was always trying to escape whatever demons were in her head. She just wanted to.
Detective Seitz, before this portion of the interview started, had you told Mr. Pahl anything about Stephanie or her whereabouts?
I don't believe so before this portion.
Okay. Did he know why he was there to talk to you?
No.
Did you tell him that you were there to investigate the death of Stephanie?
No.
Had anyone up to the point made any death notification to Mr. Pahl?
No.
Okay. We can play the next clip, please.
Just talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it
Asked about Stephanie, why this happened to her. When I first met Stephanie, she was absolutely fine up here. Okay, she was diagnosed with grand mal seizures during this period where the.
Second slide should be. This is 4. This should be slide 3, 2008 to 2014. Okay. So I think we need to go back to slide 2. There we go. Nope, that's one she already put. Okay. Yes, please, please. Yeah.
do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it estranged? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, my daughter moved. She's on the stage. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently in the last?
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going.
Can you go back to the previous slide? I don't know if this one's played because this should start at 1959. Can we play slide 2, please? Starting at 1950.
Already that you didn't do anything wrong. All we have is some basic questions for you. Okay. Again, we're not trying to trick you.
That's what I've heard before, and that's what you say. But how do I know?
Because all I'm asking you is to have a little faith that I'm not lying to you. Okay? You've never met us, all right? I'm asking you just to go on a little bit of a limb, but I'm not.
That's what I live on, faith, because that's a hell of a lot stronger word than hope. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I don't hope. I have faith. Okay.
If at any point,
because I know I didn't do anything wrong. For whatever reason you have me here.
That's what I want to talk about. Okay.
It doesn't matter what you found in my apartment. Everything that I have in my apartment is legal.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
I wouldn't be that freaking stupid if I did have something illegal. I would not have something.
Matt, nobody thinks you're stupid. All right. And again, if we start disrespecting you, then
no. But I'm just saying, I go by my gut. Okay. And if I feel that I'm going to be played, that's it. Attorney.
I'm not trying to play you.
Yeah, we're just having a conversation, but that's all.
And again, we have some real basic questions, and you can answer whatever questions you choose to. If you don't want to answer a question, don't answer it.
But I'm not.
Do you have any? Are you curious at all about why we want to talk to you?
Well, of course I am.
And that's kind of why
that's why I asked what.
Right, because we haven't accused you of doing anything wrong, right?
It something that happened yesterday? I mean, I went right over by the police. I mean, nobody.
We're not here about anything yesterday, okay? Okay, and neither of us has accused you of doing anything wrong. All we want to do is talk to you.
Not yet, but you have a job. Your job is to make a case.
Yeah.
Find the truth.
Yeah, fact finders. You know what I mean?
Please. I hope so.
That's all we're like I said. Me and Brian are not about putting stuff on people that didn't do it. Okay, I promise you. All right. I know you never met us, but I'm shooting you straight. Okay?
Oh, I've seen both of you guys before.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
We have no desire.
Very observant.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's good.
I've seen you make a few busts in the undercover capacity.
Let's talk about Stephanie. What is she to you?
Oh my God. Stephanie is the mother of my daughter. And you guys already know that.
Yeah. Did you guys have a current relationship?
We've always had some type of relationship with helping each other.
Okay.
She helped me. She was spending a lot of time with her family and friends, and she helped me recently when I broke my ankle. She helped me out quite a bit, and I was quite thankful for that. I had a few other family members that helped. When I've been with her, this is well documented with her doctors. It's well documented with the suicide attempts that she's made in numerous places. And back in April, she took a whole bottle of pills by her parents' house, and they just kind of blew it off like it was nothing. And I tried to get her to stop the medications, to get help.
What did she take when she overdosed it by her parents? Like, what was she taking?
She was taking, one of the doctors was prescribing her a lot of medications, antidepressants, pain medications, benzoins, and a lot of times I would go with her to pick up the medications, which the pharmacist has well documented that I would go there and pick them up, or we would go together. And a lot of times I would give the medications my daughter. Allegedly, my daughter, there's never been a DNA test to definitively prove that. Okay, I believe in my heart she's my daughter, but I have a brother that's deceased that we're very close to each other, and we all lived together at one time 20 years ago. So, getting back to your, what was it?
You said she takes antidepressants, so she's been diagnosed with depression.
Oh yeah, I actually, what's going on here?
Do you know where she is? Do you know when's the last time you saw her?
No.
You don't know where she is? Do you remember the last time you saw her?
No, weeks ago.
Weeks ago?
And I'm sick to my stomach.
Why is that?
Because I have a bad feeling.
Walk me through the last, when you said you saw her a few weeks ago, where were you guys?
I can't recall the exact time that I saw her. She, do you want to go to that, or do you want to stick on the antidepressants? And the few times I had to go to the hospital with her because she was in such poor condition.
We'll come back to that.
I also have documentation. I called the suicide line. She attempted to slash her wrist.
When was that?
She started this stuff 3 or 4 years ago, and I just didn't know where my place was in that. I wanted to do everything I could for her, but I didn't want her to get locked up in a mental home, and she kept telling me that she was getting better, she was going to get better. She was recently seeking treatment through the hospital. But I would say the last year, she was just, since the beginning of the year, she was just out of control.
With what? Like as far as what?
It's just threatening suicide all the time, threatening suicide all the time, slashing her wrists, taking pills. And it really, it really got to me. It was really a serious situation.
Well, it sounds like it. I mean, taking a bunch of pills like that and slashing the wrist, what was she being like? Well, why was she depressed? What was she feeling that way from?
She just wanted to be a mother. I mean, part of this whole ordeal is her kid was taken away from this exact entity.
Listen to slide 3, which starts at 20:08:54.
Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it estranged? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, my daughter moved. She's on a state. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently in the last?
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going into August. That's where I had somebody else help me with my foot. In May it was really bad. I couldn't even stand in the shower. I needed a caretaker, and she came over once in a while and helped me.
Stephanie did, or the caretaker?
Stephanie did, and I had somebody else help me. But
where's she living?
Mostly at her parents, except when she would come over and help me. Okay. She went up north up at the Dells, and she texted me many texts saying that she was sorry what happened to my leg, that. She wished that she would have called me that day. That's a whole different story in itself what happened. But if we would have been together, it never would have happened. But that's a whole different story. And she texted me saying that I feel so helpless. Nobody in my family gives a shit about me. I can pull it right off my phone. Sure. I can show you right off my phone here, or I'm sure you guys, maybe you got my phone tapped, maybe you already know.
Nobody's tapped.
Okay, but I have the text, and she begged me to pick her up. She said, "Please pick me up." And something happened up north where she just snapped. She freaking snapped, and they said that she went out in the woods, and they had to find her out in the woods.
Where?
Up north, in the Dells.
Is there somebody who lives up north? Like, what was she doing up north?
Well, her parents have a place up there, timeshare, just like my family does.
So who from her family was telling you about her wandering off into the woods?
Well, she told me, And the little time that I talked to Layla was like really concerned, and they just totally alienated her up there, and her depression. And I told her, I said, please do not take the medication that one of the doctors is prescribing you. One of the doctors was just way prescribing her too much medication, and one of them was Zoloft. And I have medical people in my family, and that's one of the black box that can actually cause homicidal or suicidal situations for people, and that's documented. That's not coming from me. You can look up the research. I'm not trying to be Joe Know-It-All here. I mean, that's pretty much everybody knows that some of those serious antidepressants are not good.
Agreed. Yeah.
So something snapped in her, and she said, please come and pick me up. And I picked her up from home, and she came, helped me for a little bit. She helped me. She went with me to look at a bed in case I was going to purchase it, because I wasn't going to be able to put it, because at that time I'm still supposed to be on crutches right now. I mean, you can get the I have a 3-prong fracture in my foot. I mean, my foot was swollen up like this. I couldn't move that good.
Yeah.
Just this last 2 weeks going through therapy, it finally broke through, and the swelling went down, and I'm actually able to get my feet in the shoes now. Good. Otherwise, I was on crutches and in a walking boot. So, we went to the bed thing, and she wasn't right. I told her, I said, I'm looking at you, and something's not right. And she was always really sneaky with stuff, I try to help her with that stuff, but she was always trying to escape whatever demons were in her head. She just wanted to.
Okay, and slide 4, please.
Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis?
About Stephanie, why this happened to her. When I first met Stephanie, she was absolutely fine up here. Okay, she was diagnosed with grand mal seizures during this period where the.
Okay, and slide 5.
When was the last time you remember seeing Stephanie?
There were a couple times where she just snapped and just left. She would come and go. Sometimes she would come over, and I would just say, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And she would say, "I gotta go." And her mother always picked her up. So.
Like, because you said if you think it's been a couple of weeks since you last saw her, if you go back, think about the last time you saw her. Where was that? It's
been over a couple of weeks. I don't remember exactly. Where is she?
That's what we're trying to find out. We don't know. She's missing. So we're trying to figure out who saw her last, where she was.
I heard something on the social media that there was an abduction in Delafield.
An abduction?
Some type of an abduction.
When was that?
Or just a couple of days ago. They were looking into some type of abduction. I'm actually. First of all, I don't talk. Since this happened, since there was a rift between my side of the family and her side of the family about what happened with Layla, and I don't talk to her mom and dad.
Okay.
we just don't talk. We don't call. We don't. The only person I talk to is Layla, and Layla's a teenager now, and she knows it all, and she does what she wants, and she flip flops from side to side, and so I just let her do her thing because I know I went through the same thing. I was just like her when I was young. I didn't listen, and I try to do my best with her, and telling her to be careful, and don't think you know it all in life because you got a lot to learn. And I actually haven't spoke to her for since they were up north, just a little bit on the video when the whole family up there was fighting. And
that's when you talked to Layla last?
Yeah, not much. She was on video and just making goofy eyes and stuff.
Yeah. I get what you said, that Stephanie, as she goes on these, you said these, like, almost like little episodes where she leaves and comes back.
She totally disappears. And now I'm really worried. I actually wanted to call the parents, and I was also thinking about coming in and making some type of report, but with all the things that have happened to me in the past, I start thinking, right away,
this isn't
right away they're gonna.
Right. Matt, this isn't so much about you. It's about Stephanie. We're trying to figure out where she is, who last saw her. That's what we're trying to figure out. So if you can think back, because you said, I understand you said you've had a lot of history with her, but recall the last time you saw her, where it was. Did she say anything? Where was she going?
Where were you going? Like that kind of stuff.
No, it was close to when we were out looking at beds.
When was that about?
Somewhere in the middle of, somewhere around the middle of last month.
You said there's some kind of conversation in your phone that would, I think you said something about going to look for beds, which we could look at. You know what that would be?
No, that's not in the phone. No, the pictures of the text that I took with some of the things that she was saying to me.
Where did you guys look at beds at?
A few places. We went to Steinhoffel's. We went to.
Do you remember if this was like a weekend, a weekday?
Milwaukee.
Okay. Do you remember if is this the morning, the afternoon, the evening?
See, here's the thing when when I really got worried and didn't understand what was going on is she put her purse in the back of my truck, in the back seat. And I took it out, but I didn't notice that the purse was there until I went to the car wash and cleaned, because if you search the vehicle, I hope you didn't rip open the doors. You guys had my keys. You just had to open up the keys with the doors with the keys.
Right, nothing's damaged.
Okay. I didn't notice the purse because I had a, from me not being able to move around, I just threw a bunch of shit in the back of my seat. Bags and clothes and stuff. I have a bag back there for when I go swimming. I have a gym bag because we go to the Y, we go to Planet Fitness.
What kind of purse was it that she dumped?
Dumped?
Did she say she dumped it in the back seat or tossed it in the back seat or whatever?
I didn't notice that the purse was in the back seat until I went to the car wash about a week ago.
Yeah.
And I took out my car mats and I started cleaning everything, and lo and behold, I see her purse, and then that's when I was like thinking, well, this is strange. But she's done that before.
Yeah.
She's left with her purse behind.
Yeah.
She also left, so I'm thinking, well, okay, well, the purse is there. She's got her phone. she should be okay.
Yeah.
So, then I notice when I get home, whenever, after I found the purse, that she left her phone and the iPad at my apartment.
Okay. What was the purse?
The iPad was something that, we had our phones on for many years on and off through one contract, so that was not unusual for us to swap iPads or swap phones.
Okay.
I mean, you can look into it. It's on T-Mobile up there. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you.
No.
The phone is still on. In fact, I went on the phone, and I was looking for any type of messages. I couldn't call her because the phone was at my place.
What kind of purse is it though? Is what I'm asking. That she left in the back of your truck.
Black purse.
Black purse.
Yeah.
Was there any marks on it, or did it have anything distinguishable? I mean, I'm not a purse. You know what I mean? Like I know women have.
Well, if you guys went into my apartment, did you find a purse?
Where was it in there? I didn't spend a whole lot of time there. We had other stuff we were working on. So.
What were you working on there?
What's
that?
that?
Were you looking for her?
No. We weren't working on there. I said we were there for a little while, and we had to go.
Well, what were you looking for in there?
For where?
In my apartment.
We're getting there. I'm trying to find out, where was Stephanie last seen? Who was she last with?
You guys said you went bed or mattress shopping, right? Do you know, okay, so walk me through that day, Matt. Okay, so you guys went looking around at different mattresses or bed frames or what? Mattresses?
Yeah.
You said you went to a couple different places like Steinhoff.
Yeah, we went to a couple of different places.
Did you guys buy it? Order a mattress? Did you buy a mattress?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys come back to your apartment? Do you remember?
Yeah. After that we did.
Did she spend the night?
Yep.
Okay.
I believe she spent the night, and then we went to, the next day we went somewhere, and I believe that's the day she took off. And I thought, well, that's nothing new because she's done this. She calls her mom.
When she took off, where? So you wake up, right? She spent the night. Are you guys at the apartment? Are you staying at the apartment? Do you leave together? Does she leave? Do you leave? That's what we're trying to figure out. Can you walk me through that morning? So you wake up. You said you thought you may have went somewhere. Do you remember where you guys went, or where you went, or where she went?
Yeah, we went to. I was going to Orthopedic Associates.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we've paused at 20:27:48 in the time counter. Detective, you started your questioning of Mr. Pahl. The first slide started at 19:59. That sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first time that you're able to get Mr. Pahl to indicate when the last time he saw Ms. Pavlons and where is at 20:27 in the interview?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Continue, please.
With you? Did she stay at the apartment?
She went with me to Orthopedic. She went with me a couple times there.
Okay. So that day.
In fact, I was there Friday the 9th. I had a doctor's appointment Friday the 9th. When,
9th of September?
When there was a huge crime scene there.
But you weren't there when you last saw her. You said you weren't there.
I was there Friday when I saw a huge crime scene there.
Okay.
What happened there?
Well, real quick, Matt. You said you went with her to an appointment at Orthopedics.
You guys know something you're not telling me.
No, we're trying to figure out where she is or who last saw her. So I guess you just told me you said you guys went to Orthopedics together.
Yeah. I've been going to Orthopedics since.
Right. This is the day
since
after
May.
Right. This is the day after though. You guys went mattress shopping.
Yeah. I can't recall the exact dates, but she went there with me a few times.
Okay. This would be the last time that
you would have seen her though in the last few weeks. You said this one would be kind of I would if you're thinking back, you haven't seen her since this day, and you said you guys went out there.
I believe so.
Does she drive? Do you drive?
I drove, but sometimes in the beginning she drove because I wasn't supposed to drive because of my foot.
Do you remember if you went straight to orthopedics? Do you remember what time you went there, what your appointment was, anything like that?
Well, yeah, I had physical.
You know what time that would have been?
My times were all different.
Morning, afternoon?
Yeah, a lot of times they were in the morning.
Okay. She went with you there?
Yeah, she went with me a few times.
Did you go to your appointment that day, do you remember?
Yeah.
Did she come in with you?
I never missed any of my appointments. No. One time I came out of my appointment and I left the keys in the truck for her.
Is this the same time we're talking about, the day after you went mattress shopping?
No, this is before.
No, so
I came, but this is kind of peculiar though.
Okay.
I came out and I walked out and the truck was running. I left the keys in there. If I'm not in the truck, I won't let her drive because I have to watch her because of the seizures and meds she's on. I'm obviously not going to let her drive. That's common sense.
Yep.
But because I wasn't supposed to drive, it's happened before where she kind of went off the road and I grabbed the wheel. So I go out there and I'm like, what in the hell are you doing? She's like, oh my God, I had to put the air conditioner on. She goes, I lost my bladder. I'm like, what? Why? What are you doing? So immediately I thought that she was taking too many of her pills.
Okay. This day after you said you had a morning appointment and you guys went out there together. You said when you got out there, you went into your appointment. So this is the last time you would have seen her, it sounds like. Okay. Did she come in the building with you? Do you remember?
No.
She stayed in the truck?
Yeah, she stayed in the truck.
You finished your appointment?
Yeah.
Come out to your truck, and then what?
She's gone.
She's not in the truck anymore?
She's gone, yeah.
Did she have the keys or no? Do you remember?
Oh, no, I had the keys.
Did she give you any indication she was going to go anywhere or like where she would be going?
No. She just, I was just perplexed with a lot of things, how she was acting. I just don't like this. It seems like you guys are trying to get me, for some reason, to be with her. What happened?
Matt,
where is she?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Matt. We don't know. Okay, she's been missing, right? You said you haven't seen her for weeks. So we're trying to talk to everybody.
Please tell me. This is not normal for her not to get a hold of me. This is not normal for me not to hear something from her.
Right. When you got back out to your truck, Matt, and she wasn't there, did you go in the building? Did you check the bathroom?
Man, what's going on, man?
That's what we're trying to find out, Matt. Okay? Like you said, when you came out here...
What happened?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Matt. Matt, we're looking into. You said when you came out to your truck, she wasn't there. Okay. What happened next?
At that particular time, I thought it was another time that she went and called her mom to pick her up.
Okay. You tried giving her a call?
No, I couldn't because she left the phone at the house.
She left her phone at the house?
Yeah, she left the phone at the house.
But you didn't realize.
So, like I've done before, I drove up and down looking for her, and I can't, with my leg, I can't.
Oh, I gotcha. Did she have any bags with her, any property that she took with her?
No. No. I don't know what you were just going to say, but no, I knew that she didn't have her phone that time before I went in because I said, I'll text you or something. She's like, oh no, I forgot my phone. And I thought that was really strange. But that wasn't unusual either. I mean, she's left her phone behind. Sometimes she brings her iPad. I really didn't notice. I just went in, I came out, and she was gone.
When you said you drove up and down, you looked for her. Did you?
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe she took a walk up the street.
Did you?
Maybe she called her mom. Maybe she was just venting because she's had a habit of this in the past to run out to the woods, call her mom, do stuff like that.
Okay. What did you?
I mean, when I was over on West Ave, she got really extremely upset over a phone call at Layla, and I got a picture of my phone. She ran out to the bushes, hid in the bushes, and started slashing her wrist. And then she said she was going to jump in front of a train, and I said she didn't have her phone that time either, but she went up, she covered her wrist, she went up to a store, and she called me from the store, and she said, you know, I'm settled down now, you know. And I'm just like, well, what's wrong? Talk to me. And she's like, well, I'll come back and talk to you.
Okay. This last time that you saw her when she wasn't in the truck, you said you drove up and down looking for her. Did you ever go back to check the apartment if maybe she got a ride from someone? Did you get hold of her mom? Did you ask her mom if she'd seen her?
No, because me and the mom didn't talk. I mean, if she went with her mom, why wouldn't her mom? Her mom could have called me too.
Do you remember when you got back?
Ask her mom that. Ask her mom why she doesn't call me. Her mom doesn't. No, I'm just saying.
Do you remember when you got back to the apartment? Was she there?
You guys were over there yesterday talking to the parents.
I haven't talked to anybody's parents yesterday. When you, Matt,
somebody was.
Matt, you said when you got back.
Really?
Did you go?
Well, she's missing. That's the first place that you go to is the parents.
You said
she never at her house yesterday.
Yeah.
Not you, but somebody was.
Did you go back here looking for her?
Did I go back to the apartment?
Yeah, after you were looking for her.
Yeah.
Do you remember if she was there at all?
Oh, no.
Is there anything there that gave you an indication that she had been there while you were in your appointment or anything like that?
No, not at this place, but at the last place, she got really bad and duplicated my key. Oh, no, she didn't duplicate the key. What did she do? She did something where she was able to get in the door. But it was the drugs that was making her whacked out. So she did some really whacked out stuff sometimes.
Okay. All right. Has she contacted you since then?
No. I'm not a social media person, but since the iPad was at the house, I did look on social media. I did look to see if she was active. Maybe she used her mom's phone or whatever, and I noticed that her family was unusually active the last couple of days, and I started thinking, oh no, something's not right here, because there have times that we haven't talked. We just done our own things.
I got you.
But not. This is
what? A little different.
Too long. Yeah, I've been really having a sick feeling.
How long after that you saw her, Matt? How long after that appointment, when you went back to the apartment? You said you went to the car wash or something. That was like recently though. That was a few days ago or a week ago.
Wait a second. I need to. You guys are. I'm being cooperative.
Yeah, I'm not trying to confuse you.
Really being honest. I just feel like I'm being boxed in the corner for some reason.
No, like I said, we're trying to figure out who last saw her, where she was going.
Okay, if that's all this was, why wouldn't you call me why wouldn't you call me up on the phone if you have my phone number?
I don't make those decisions.
Because I'm pretty sure parents have my phone number through Layla, but I don't even think I have their updated numbers because I don't talk to the parents.
Right. You said
Not much. I mean, there were times that I went over there and we said hi and goodbye to each other, but nothing. We don't talk on social media. We don't talk.
I'm trying to get as much pertinent information regarding Stephanie as I can. Okay. And you told me, you said you made a comment a little bit earlier about that, something about her purse in the back of the truck. Something about a car wash. I don't recall. What was that? Is it the same day, or is this more recent?
No. I didn't know. The phone, the iPad and the phone wasn't that strange, but and she's walked away before without her phone and used other people's phones. So, but with the new phone, when I did see it, I thought that was kind of odd. And then when I did do the car wash, I thought it was really odd that the purse was in the back seat of my truck, and she had the wallet was in there. I looked. I mean, the wallet was in there. Her smoking stuff was in there.
Okay. And it would have had to have been in there from the last time you saw her for the appointment, right?
Yeah, I would believe so. Yeah, I would believe so.
I mean, did you see it? Did you see it in the truck the day she left?
Oh no! It was. I wasn't able to wash my truck for at least 2 weeks after. It was just recently.
Do you remember anything the last time you saw her, the day she left? Did she leave anything in the car that you thought was odd? That you noticed?
Yeah. I didn't notice it right away. I noticed it when I cleaned the car out and I pulled the car mats out, which
that's when you found the purse.
Which you guys already know. What was in there? Well, come on, man. Stop playing stupid.
We haven't gone through your car, man.
No, I did not.
You just said you had a warrant for the car.
That doesn't mean we did anything with it yet.
I did not. Neither one of us have. We're here talking to you. Okay. I'm trying to.
Where is the truck?
We have a truck.
Where?
Not far.
There's nothing you're gonna find in it than what I've already told you.
Well, that's good.
What do you think? You think I cut up a body in there or something?
Why would you go to that?
No, man.
But why would you take the truck? Usually that's what you take a truck for, is you look for evidence of some type of.
We're trying to be thorough, man. That's all we're trying to do. Okay. Just like we would be for anybody that's missing. Okay. Would she throw her? You know why she would throw her purse in the back of the car?
You guys aren't being honest. Oh shit.
Do you know why? Has she ever thrown her purse in the way back in the truck before? And a week goes by or 2 weeks goes by, and then all of a sudden you find it when you were cleaning it out?
You're not going to tell me that this thing going down the road, if something happened to her, that it was my fault, because that's.
Matt, all I'm asking you is questions about the last time you saw her. That's it. I haven't accused you of anything, and neither is my partner.
Did you see it?
Did I see what?
What was in the car?
I did not look in your truck.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to say somebody else found it or whatever.
The
day that I found the purse.
Yeah.
When I cleaned the truck out, there was a note underneath. There was a note underneath the car mat.
Well, that's.
It wasn't anything that I haven't already heard before through email, through texting about threatening her life. But in the note, she didn't threaten her life. She said that I'm tired of everybody. I'm tired of everybody. I hate everybody. I hate you. I hate my parents. Fuck everybody. You know, that type of language.
That note's in your truck now?
Yeah.
What did that note make you think?
I just left it there because I have nothing to hide. I mean, come on, guys.
All I'm asking you, man, was that note.
You guys aren't stupid. If you're trying to accuse me of something,
Matt, no one's accusing you of
I
anything.
wouldn't have any of this stuff. But
Matt, no one.
I didn't know what to think about it, so I left it there.
I'm asking you what you thought.
Even my dad has been in the truck since there, and he read it. He said it just sounds like a cry, a plea for help.
Do you think she left that note that last time you saw her?
Possibly. I can't say for sure. Well, yeah, I have to go pee. That's probably a good educated guess because I didn't find it. I found it the same day I found the purse, pretty close to the last time I saw her. But then again, there's no date on it, and I have emails on my phone and emails of other times that she's threatened, threatened. And, numerous times I would call her up and say, look, I know you're getting your medications. I want to go with you or I'm going to go get them. And if you don't allow me to, I'm going to call the police and I'm going to call the suicide police. I'm not going to let you take the whole goddamn fucking vial of pills.
Yeah.
And there's, when somebody, mental illness is a serious thing, and I did not know this until just recently, but she just had a scan of her brain, and they said that it was like of a football player getting hit in the head. Why do those football players that make millions of dollars a year get depressed? It's because it's a freaking mental illness. Okay, we don't fully understand our own brains. Why do they do the things they do? Because it's a mental illness. I tried the best I could with her, but these last couple of years, she was just going off the deep end. And like my dad said, she should have been institutionalized. But nobody would listen. The fucking doctors wouldn't listen. They just kept prescribing more and more drugs, more and more drugs.
Was she against the idea of seeing a doctor, like a psychologist or something?
I got her into seeing a therapist once a week.
Okay.
She was seeing a therapist through her medical thing where they would be in a group and they would talk and I asked her if she was doing better to help her, and she said yes, but she was always really sneaky with medication. She was always wanting to feel something different to help with that, whatever demon she had in her head, and I saw that she was on Zoloft in the past, and I said, oh my God, I said, please don't do that again. And I did look at her medical chart, and I did notice that she was recently on Zoloft.
Okay, for the record, the video stopped at 2048:03. I think there was a typo in our slide that says 2043:03. If we can go to the next slide, please, which would be slide 6. Yes, hold, please.
You said she was staying with you, helping you out. I don't mean to offend you. Are you guys a couple, or is this monogamous? Or is she seeing anybody else that you know of that we can talk to?
I saw. Oh shit! I really have to go pee. All I saw on Messenger is that she was talking to a couple guys, but That's what she wants to do.
You guys aren't.
Oh no, we
exclusive
were
or-
never like to the point, whatever you want to call it, where you're obsessed with each other or whatever. That we kind of had just an open relationship where
You guys didn't have
we
any
always-
titles or anything, boyfriend, girlfriend, or.
No, we always had a deep feeling for love for each other, but we also understood that too. Everything that we went through and how many years we've been together, just like a normal couple that has been together for 15 years. I didn't understand that when I was younger, but you just fall out of love.
Yeah.
But you can still love that person and care for them. But it's not the type of love where it's sexual or what I want to use the word possessive or anything like that. We just cared for each other.
All right. Is there any name of a boyfriend or anything that you can think of?
I just saw her texting. I'm not sure who it was on social media. I don't know if she's seen these guys or not. I mean, all I read is that she was in Delafield and she was at the bar drinking, and I thought to myself, oh Jesus, man, you're not supposed to be drinking on those medications.
Where did you see that? Just so I can go. Where did you see the thing about her in the Delafield bar drinking?
Was that like a Facebook post she had, or like a text message? Or?
Yeah, it was if you bring me my phone here, I can show you.
Okay.
I don't know if that one I don't know if I can get into. Her phone, well, it's actually not her phone. Our phones they were all put on one contract, so we were kind of sharing the phones and iPads. We just did that years ago, and I actually bought the phones, so they're actually my phones, but since I bought them, she just made the monthly payment out of her bank statement. We would set up some deals like that just to.
Okay, and slide 7, please.
The last you had an appointment. Do you remember what day that appointment was? You saw her.
You guys, what's the deal? Am I walking out of here tonight, or am I going to tell you that I'm going to get an attorney?
I don't know. Are you asking for an attorney, Matt? Again, we're trying to figure out what we can find out about Stephanie. That's our focus.
Are you charging me with something?
Am I charging you with nothing? No.
Are you charging me with something?
No. We haven't accused you of anything.
You guys are allowed by law to lie. Okay.
I'm not. We're not charging you with anything. We're here asking you questions about Stephanie, and that's it.
I know I didn't do anything. There's nothing.
We're not accusing you of it.
There's nothing illegal in my truck. There's nothing illegal in my apartment.
Have we accused you of anything?
There's no illegal drugs in there. There's no weapons in there.
Yeah,
I know I got a history. That's why you guys came the way you did, because I got a history of being heavily armed, which is another. See, I know. Okay, I know.
You were never charged with any kind of weapons violation.
No, that's another. Like I told you, another freaking nonsense thing.
Yeah.
Somebody made up some story that I got guns or something or whatever. That's how it started.
Okay, the next slide, please.
I understand we have an open, ongoing investigation. You have a lengthy history with Stephanie. That's why
Which is understandable.
Yeah, and it sounds like, as far as we know, you may have been the last person that saw her or talked to her. That's what we're trying to figure out. If you can help us point to where she
That's
was.
possible, but when she gets out and she takes off, right?
Yeah.
I that's out of my control. I can't be blamed for anything like that. And she, like I said, she has a history of that. She has a history of going up to strangers to use their phone. She has a history. Actually, when I first met her, I got out of prison. I met her right here in Waukesha, and I have empathy. I felt sorry for her. She was. I met her at the bowling alley, and she was with some shady character, and I got her away. I got her away from that, and I changed her life around for the better. I got her to stop drinking. I got her license back. I had her go through treatment. I got her a job, and she was really, really a good young woman until the mental stuff started with the seizures and losing her kid.
Yeah. When you tried to reach out to her, recently, like, I don't know, was she responsive to it? Like, when you sat down with her and said, Stephanie, you need help or you need this, did she take you seriously?
I did everything I could, almost like the same techniques you guys use. I threatened it. I said, I'm gonna call the damn police. I'm gonna get the suicide police. And this is when she was even by her parents' house. I said, your parents aren't gonna be happy because you're not gonna be able to hide in your room eating those pills, dying. I mean, even in front of Layla, when I went over there, she was walking around just like in a zombie state, and she was telling me and Layla that she was choking and coughing. Well, to what I know about opioids, that's near death. And then there were times where, because of her back, one of the doctors put her on fentanyl. And when I was around her, she would pass out. She'd be wheezing, and I got her off that. I'm like, my God, they're overdoing that, overdoing that with you. And I got her off that, and I said, don't you want to live? I mean, why? There's so much to do in life. Life is so joyful. This is our time to. Everybody thinks that, it's going to be better wherever we go after this. How do we know that? You should enjoy every time. Nobody knows what's on the other side, It might be a lot different than what people expect. Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I'm just saying, I get into heavy conversations about religion and what it's, what the image of God is. He might be different than some guy sitting up there with a long beard and a throne. He might look like an alien or something.
Yeah.
In fact, I've been doing a lot of reading on that recently. They're starting to prove that there's ancient civilizations that they keep hushing up about. I don't know if you guys study history, but
Not to that extent, no.
no. Well,
No.
history is really, really interesting. The people in power that they control the history, they control the future, and if they control the present, they control the past. Those are the people in power. You know who said that?
No.
George Orwell.
Oh, yeah?
1984. When I wrote to the judge about them being able to monitor your kids and this and that, he thought I was crazy, but now, that was like 15 years ago, but now the way society's coming with phones and technology and being able to watch people, it's not too far off from the truth.
Was there anything in...
Sorry, you guys.
It's all right. Was there anything you found in her purse that would make you think anything was wrong? Like, it's weird.
Yeah, for me, she quit smoking. She quit smoking, but she had vapes in there. And the vapes were on and off. I thought that was odd.
Yeah.
I thought that, looking in there, seeing that she had her wallet and cards in there. I thought that was odd, but she's done that before when she's called people up to get picked up. That's all stuff that she's done before, including the note that she put in the car. And it wasn't a note. You'll find it. It's right underneath the passenger car mat, I believe.
You put it under the passenger car mat?
I didn't put it there. She did.
Well, you pulled it out to read it, and your dad read it, right?
Yeah, I didn't notice it till the same day that I found the purse in the back.
Right, and then you read it, and then your dad read it.
Yeah.
And then you put it back underneath the...
Yeah, I just kept it in the car because what does a person do in a situation like that? You know, I'm thinking it's going to look stupid if I throw stuff away, so I'm going to leave it the way it was in case for whatever reason somebody has to read it or whatever.
Yeah.
That's my logical thinking.
Did she leave anything other than the purse in the truck? Do you remember?
No, just the purse. Had I saw the purse and the note together, I would have called the police right away, most likely. But I didn't. And I didn't hear, my gut feeling was that her mom was going to pick her up because she had a prescription ready that day. So my gut feeling was that she was playing the game of having her mom go get the prescription so she could take, so nobody would help her take her doses like she was supposed to. Okay? It's not, my dad's done it. My dad's a pharmacist, by the way, and after a while he would not even fill her prescriptions anymore because he got so scared. Okay? Me, Layla, her parents were supposed to, although I really don't know how cooperative her parents were about that because I didn't talk about it. She told me that they did, but I had a feeling that she was lying about that.
Sure.
But with me, I would give her prescriptions as prescribed, period. Because I cared about her, okay? And I've seen what happened to her when she was taking too many pills.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing I needed was, for her to OD with me, with just like you guys said, that I'm known as being armed. Well, how is that going to look
Well, I mean, it looks like she overdosed and you called 911 to help. That's how it would look. Who cares about you being flagged for having a gun if this girl overdosed, right? Like, who gives a shit about what it looks like?
Well, me, I'm a little paranoid, so I start thinking that, somehow I'm going to get blamed for it.
Next slide, please.
If she would ever overdose while she's at your house or with you wherever,
well,
calling 911 is really the best. Like, even, if it was too far gone to help, I mean, calling is...
Okay, I'll rephrase that. What I did is, when her breathing wasn't, I would stay up and I would shake her and I would make sure she wouldn't take any more medication. What I was saying is, I was scared to death that I would wake up next to a dead body.
I would agree with that.
And then somebody saying, oh, well, you gave it to her, you did this, or you did that, or whatever.
Okay, next slide, please.
Start getting, so the day that she wasn't in the truck when you come back, at what point did you start worrying?
It started really worrying when I thought, okay, after I drove, by the way, this wouldn't be the first time that I drove looking for her.
No, I got you.
I thought, okay, she's gonna get her medications, and then she's gonna call me, and then she's gonna say she's sorry. I'll have you, Layla, Layla's on the picture now, but Layla used to help with that, monitor my meds again, because I don't want you calling my doctor. I don't know how many times I threatened to call the doctor or the suicide police or whatever. I started getting worried when I saw a text on the phone saying that the medication was ready to get picked up.
Is this the same day? Is this the next day?
This is it was supposed to be the next day, but I didn't get to the pharmacy till another day after. Okay. So I went and picked up the medication, and then I thought to myself, well, probably be getting a phone call soon from her, from her parents.
To get her meds.
Yeah,
right?
to get her meds. And then I thought, strange. Maybe she finally did what she was going to say and go in and quit. For a minute there, she started saying, you know what? Maybe I'll just go in and get off these meds and see if they can lower even my seizure medication, because even my dad said she was on such a high dose of seizure medication that she couldn't even go a day without that medication, and she would start shaking and going into seizures.
Okay.
So then I thought, well, maybe she's in treatment, but I don't know if I can call them mental health. I don't even think they'll tell me if she's in there. And then I thought, I really didn't know what to think. I thought, well, maybe she's probably got some pills stashed at her parents' house from the last situation. When I found the purse and I found the note, that's when I started thinking, oh no, this ain't good. And that's the truth.
Yeah. So you said once you do the car wash thing, right? That's when you find the purse and you take it in the house, in your house, your apartment. So where do you get your car washed?
Over in what road is that? It's got a hand washer. You put it installed.
Arcadian?
Mm-hmm.
By John Root Beer? That's where you go?
Yeah.
All right.
So when you had just your purse or whatever, did you just like sling it over your shoulder when you brought it in, or did you have a bunch of stuff with you, or like what? That was the only thing she had, right? In your car?
Yeah, I don't think that would prove that.
Well, right, I get, yeah. I mean,
that sounded a little funny.
Yeah. That did sound wrong. You didn't sling it over your shoulder like a purse, but you just carried it in his own home.
How long are you going to keep the truck? How am I going to get back tonight?
You know what?
How am I going to get back home tonight?
The deputy's going to give you a ride back. That's why he's still hanging out here.
Is that the truth?
Yeah. You have no other reason to just sit there and take up space.
Really?
Yeah.
Is my apartment torn apart?
Yeah, we went through some things, so yeah.
Nothing's broken.
Did you take anything?
A couple items, but it's not as messy. I would say it's a little messier than how you left it. Okay.
Can I ask what you took? Why not find out?
Yeah. But there, I don't even know. There was a list they were putting together. What was taken?
Yeah. Mainly stuff for her. Trying to figure out where she is or what would lead us to.
Well, yeah, because you shouldn't be taking any of my stuff.
We're focused on stuff.
Because she had a few items of clothes there.
Okay.
That were in the closet.
Okay.
Some of them that were bought recently when she was up in the Dells, and she had one little section in front of my bed where she would keep her clothes, and that's where I put her purse.
All right.
Other than that, there's
any of her electronics, anything like that?
Well, the iPad she used, she would keep there. Sometimes she'd take it with her. The phone, our two phones are kind of linked on the same plan, so.
Okay. What do you mean? I'm sorry. Linked on the same plan?
They're linked on the same plan.
So it's both your lines are through T-Mobile. Right, just like a family plan kind of thing or whatever.
Right. So that we both use both phones.
You guys share, like you exchange phones?
We just got a new, whatever it is, she was all excited about it, the new Samsung 22 Lightning, so she was using that.
Okay.
Most of the time, and that was sitting right in my room, on my dresser.
Gotcha. All right.
I had nothing on there that I have to hide.
On her phone?
On any phone, anything.
Right. I gotcha.
It's just if you don't know something, what do you know that she's missing? Can I ask a few questions? Because
of course,
this is like you have to know something if you're concerned about her phone. I mean, yes, it's something's not right that she hasn't texted or called.
Right.
But what else do you know?
With regards to what?
Did something happen to her?
We're trying to figure that out. Okay? That's why we're talking to you, to see when the last time you spoke with her or last time you saw her. And the circumstances of where you guys were, where we should be looking.
What happened to her?
I don't have any reason to believe something happened to her.
You know, me and her at one time were very close.
Okay.
I got a really bad feeling.
Right now, or when you found the purse, or when?
No, I had a really bad feeling the last couple of days.
Okay. I mean, what's the longest, you said it's been a few weeks since you've seen her, correct? Okay. You said that's normal or not normal for her?
It's not normal this long, although we have gone for periods of time not talking. I mean, not seeing each other, but generally always getting a text or, hey, how you doing, or something like that.
Yeah. Have you talked to anybody about your concerns with her?
Well, yeah, I mean, me and my dad are close, and he just keeps telling me you gotta stop worrying about it. Her mental illness is not you. You can't beat yourself up over it. You can't. You can only do so much for somebody. And
All right. So, John, you understand?
Do you think she's
John? I thought you John. Sorry.
Do you think she was taken?
I don't know. You understand that when we do, like when we take investigations seriously, so we pull out all the strings on resources to try to figure out if somebody went missing, when they went missing, where they went missing from, who they talked to, who saw them.
So you're regular sheriffs?
Washoe County Sheriff, yeah.
What do you investigate?
Everything.
So you're a homicide detective?
No, our department's not specialized enough to have a homicide division. Why do you think homicide?
Well, I'm just thinking that, I hope you're not thinking that I did something or I made her disappear or something. That's, I'm just asking, because if you're homicide, then
No. Like I said again, we haven't sat here and accused you of anything, okay? We're just asking questions about her whereabouts.
No, I really,
So Matt, you understand that when we have these types of cases, we pull out all the stops and the resources, right? Okay? Okay? You understand that? Okay. Okay. You see that's August 23rd, correct?
Yeah.
Okay? That's her going out.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Right. Of course you're going to have pictures going in and out.
That's her going out to the truck.
And I told you I saw it.
I'm just showing you some stuff, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right? That's her walking out to the truck, okay?
That's the purse, right?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
purse.
A couple of minutes later, you're walking out over here, and the truck drives away, and you guys go off to the appointment. I think you guys went to Quick Trip. Does that sound familiar?
I don't recall.
But you went to your appointment that day at 8:30, right? Okay. All right. Okay. This is where we need to figure out something because it doesn't make any sense. All right. That's you coming back the same day at 11:14. Okay. Hold on. Listen, Matt. You're holding her water bottle, and Matt. Okay. That's you going upstairs wearing the same shirt you have on now. Okay. This is the same day. And at 12:29, so less than an hour later, you walk in, and that's her purse in the bag. Okay? So this whole story, Matt, about...
That's her purse in the bag.
Yes, Matt. So the whole story about finding the purse in the truck later makes it wouldn't have happened because
No.
Matt, that's her purse in a plastic bag, okay, that you carried inside after you carried her water bottle in. That she walked... Matt, look. You see? That's her water bottle, and that's her purse. Okay? You walk in with her water bottle. You go upstairs.
What time is this?
12. When you got home, Matt.
Yeah, that's when I came back from my appointment.
Right. So you carried in her water bottle and her purse that same day. This is the 23rd, the same day. This isn't a week or two later at the car wash where you found it in the back seat with a note that you'd then read and then stuck underneath the floor mat. Matt.
That's not her purse in the bag.
It is her purse in
No,
the bag, Matt.
that's clothes.
It's clothes, Matt?
That's clothes.
Whose clothes?
Yeah. That's clothes I had in the back. That's not a purse.
It is her purse, Matt.
No, it's not. It's not. That's not her purse.
How do you figure, Matt?
Because it's not. That's a bag.
Can I show you something?
It's a bag of clothes.
I'm going to show you something, Matt, okay? The old stuff. Here, Matt.
See, I knew you guys were going to
No,
do this.
Matt, but what the problem is...
I knew you guys were going to do this. That's why
Nobody's doing anything. You're the one
showing you an
Look at Matt. Can I show you something? That's her purse right there, right? You see that?
Yeah.
You see that? Yeah.
If I was
What
so
is
worried,
this?
if I was
Matt,
so
Matt,
worried
Matt.
about the purse.
That's her purse. Okay? So we're not going to play games about it's not her purse. It is her purse. Okay? We know it's her purse. We also know that her phone went with her out to where you guys went for your appointment, and then it came back with you. We know this. So you saying the phone stayed at her apartment? We're asking you to be honest with us and help us, okay? But if you're going to tell us stories about going to a car wash and finding her purse in there a week later, it doesn't make sense. None of it does. What happened? It'd be one thing if she had some type of drug overdose, okay? And you're doing something. We don't know.
Regardless, I have nothing to do with what happened to her.
What happened to
So
her?
that purse,
What happened?
that purse
Matt?
and water bottle ain't shit.
Matt, what happened?
That purse and water bottle ain't shit.
Yeah.
Okay? That's not going to prove anything.
We're not here.
That's not going to prove or disprove anything.
Agreed.
Matt,
Okay?
what happened to her? Only you can tell us.
I don't know what happened to her. I don't know what happened to her.
Why were you at the place on the 9th? You didn't have an appointment that day.
I was? Yeah, I did. I had it.
No, you did not. You had one on the 6th and the 12th.
I had a doctor's appointment on the 9th. An orthopedic associate. What do you mean, what place?
You had an appointment on September 6th and September 12th.
I had an appointment on September 9th at orthopedic associate.
At what time, Matt?
See,
I'm just asking you what time.
This is what you're trying to do.
I'm not
Now you're trying to get slipped. You're trying to pin whatever was found over in that area on me.
Why would you associate anything we found over there on you?
Because I was there.
When?
I was there on the 9th. I had a doctor's appointment at 1 o'clock. I saw the crime lab there. They were there by 11 o'clock. Everybody in there was talking about it.
What did you see at 1 o'clock over there?
The doctor.
Who?
Dr. Shu.
Did you have an appointment? Or
Yes. I had
was it pre-planned, or did you call it in?
This was scheduled.
So you had a scheduled appointment on the 9th
Yeah.
of September at 1 p.m. with Dr. Shu.
Yeah.
Why do you think something happened to her? Or why are you associating that with her?
Why are you getting so aggressive about this?
I'm not getting aggressive.
See, you're changing tactics. See, this is why I shouldn't have even tried to explain this to you.
Matt, it's our job to point out inconsistencies, okay? So when you tell me, when you tell me you found her purse a week or two later while cleaning out the truck, and then you found a note under it that talked about, supposedly about her alluding to suicide, which you then showed your dad.
She's got another purse.
I understand, but you're telling me you found this note, and then
She's got another purse.
Matt, but listen.
She's got another purse. She's got a gray.
That's not the purse we're talking about, Matt. What I'm talking about.
How do you know
Matt,
which purse was I talking about?
I'm talking about the purse in the photos, Matt. And when I'm talking about the note, you said you found a note.
Maybe. Yeah, but that's not the purse that I was talking about. That's not the purse that I found in the back seat.
Okay. You found
The purse that I found in the back seat was it's a gray strap-on bag.
Okay, so
that purse doesn't mean nothing.
So this black purse is the one you brought in the day that she went missing?
Yeah, that was in the car. That was in the car.
Where in the car?
In the front. In the front. And the other purse I found in the back. It's a shoulder bag purse.
Matt, you understand, not too long ago I asked you what property she left in the truck, and you said nothing. She didn't leave anything. You said she left her phone at home, okay? You said she left nothing in there. You went looking around, nothing, okay? And then a week later, or 2 weeks later, you found her purse.
I honestly don't recall everything. I don't know. The phone might have been in the car.
Well, you said that
Why?
Matt, you said that you told her when you went to your appointment that I'll text you, and she said, no, I left my phone in the house. That's what you said before.
Mm-hmm.
That I'll text you.
Yeah, you said, I'll text you when I'm in there or something, and she said, no, I left my phone at the house, or your apartment, rather. That's what you told us a little while ago.
No, I couldn't text her because I had the phone.
You had your phone. You said you were going to text her. You said that she then said,
you know what?
I left the phone.
If you're gonna charge me. I didn't do anything. I can't.
You're the only one who can give us info about her.
I can't be
so
honest.
we can get answers to her family.
I can't be honest anymore.
What do you mean you can't be honest? You've been honest.
I can't be
You
honest.
haven't been honest
because
with us, Matt.
you keep everything that I
We're
say.
not twisting anything you say.
Keep twisting it.
All we're doing is pointing out the inconsistencies on what you're
because
saying.
I can't remember everything exactly.
Okay, but remembering what somebody had for lunch a week ago is different from remembering. This is the last time you've known this woman most of your adult life, correct? Right? You have a daughter in common, supposedly, like you said. You don't know. You can't prove it. You view her as your daughter.
I didn't do nothing.
We didn't accuse you of anything.
I didn't do nothing to this girl, regardless of the purse, regardless of the purses, regardless of the stupid water bottle. That water bottle was left in and out of the truck. There's so much crap going in and out of that truck half the time, I don't remember.
If you carried her purse in from the car, why did you put it in a plastic bag?
That's it.
And why did you go on an exit that you didn't use earlier?
I can use.
I know you can. But explain to me why you would have to conceal her purse in a plastic bag.
I can use any exit I want. And hypothetically, if I did move a purse, I would not want to be walking around with a purse looking strange.
Why would you look strange carrying a purse? It's not over your
because
shoulders.
I'm a man.
You can hold it with your
because
hand.
I'm a man.
I'm a man. I put my daughter's Disney backpack on my back.
Okay, I have to get an attorney.
Okay, Matthew.
I'm trying.
I don't think you are.
No.
You're not. You're lying.
Okay, so we've stopped it at 21:41:59. Detective cites Did that conclude your interview of Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
And through this last clip, we saw some.
Right. Actually, let's take a break now. Okay, I'm sorry. It's 3:06. Let's give about a 15-minute break. Okay, folks. All rise for the jury. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you. Anything before we break, Ms. Gordon?
No, Judge.
Anything from Mr. Delavise?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, 15-minute break, okay? You can step down, sir. George, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Detective Seitz, we watched the interview of Mr. Pahl. During that interview, it appears that you show him some still shots or screenshots. What were those still shots or screenshots of?
The hard copy, or my phone?
Sorry, the hard copy.
Those were pictures that we took snippets from surveillance footage at the Willow Park Apartments.
Okay, so those same videos that we saw on August 23rd that you watched before the interview, those were some still shots of those videos?
Yeah, there was 9, I think, photos in total.
Okay. And then you also showed him something on your phone. What was it that you were showing him on your phone?
Just a higher quality, the same image, but when you print off those, they get somewhat pixelated, so it's just a clearer image of those.
Okay. Can you bring up Exhibit 32, please? Now, after Mr. Pahl was interviewed, fair to say that the contents of his wallet were documented?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective LaFleur came and actually photographed this, but within his wallet, did that contain his driver's license?
Yes.
So I'm going to show for the, yes, thank you. If we can zoom in to the driver's license, please. It's in the upper right corner of this photo. Is that accurate, Detective Seitz?
Yes.
What is the defendant's date of birth, if you recall?
6/11/68, I believe.
Okay. And was his height and weight listed there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you zoom in any more?
It's 5'10", 175.
Okay, thank you. You interviewed Mr. Pahl on September 17th, correct?
Yes.
And the body had been discovered on September 9th?
Yes.
Had there been any media release or any information released to the public about the identity of the deceased person found at that location near OAW prior to your interview with Mr. Pahl?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And at any point during the interview with Mr. Pahl, did you inform Mr. Pahl that Stephanie was deceased?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Scalise, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Now, it's my understanding that you took part in the initial investigation on September 9th, 2022.
I assisted, yes.
You went to the scene?
Yes.
True? And how long did you stay at the scene?
I don't recall.
What time did you get there?
I think we got the call sometime in the early morning, maybe around 11. So I would imagine it wasn't too long after, but I don't recall.
So you're having problems remembering what time you got to the scene, true? As you sit there right now, you're having problems remembering.
I cannot recall what time I got there about 3 years ago, no, sir.
And what time did you leave?
I don't recall.
Again, you're having problems remembering that, true?
I'm currently unable to tell you what time I left, yes, sir.
And did you leave in the afternoon?
Again, I don't recall, sir.
And you also strike that. What did you do when you got to the scene? What was your part?
I assisted with a search, I believe, of the field directly to the south of the woods, and then also assisted with an area search, I think, in the wood line.
Did you go in?
Sorry, I also spoke with some witnesses that had reported it.
Did you or any of your detectives go into orthopedics to look at surveillance video, surveillance cameras of if they had any?
I did not.
And then when was it that you learned Ms. Pavlons' identity, that she was the person that was in the woods?
September, I believe it was 12th of 2022.
So when you were interviewing Mr. Pahl on September 17th, you knew she was found in the woods, true?
Absolutely.
You know she was deceased, true?
Yes.
So when he was asking you about her being alive or dead or whatever, you were telling him you don't know, true?
I was telling him that she was missing because at that time the only people who knew she was deceased would be who we believe killed her and law enforcement.
Right, so you were kind of lying to him, true?
I was definitely using deceit as a technique.
Right, you were lying to him, true?
You could use the word lie, yes.
And when you took part in the search warrant of his residence, you did take part in that, true?
Yes.
And that was, I'm talking about September 17th, 2022. How did that take place? I mean, who was there?
Can you be more specific, sir?
Like who? Just you? You were by yourself?
No, I was not.
Describe how that took place. Describe to the jury who was there with you to conduct the search warrant?
There was multiple detectives from the Sheriff's Department and then the Tactical Enforcement Unit for the City of Waukesha Police Department, actually.
What's that? What's the Tactical Enforcement Unit? Is that the vehicle with the tank? And
it'd be like their SWAT team.
is that with the tank?
I don't think they have a tank, no.
How did they get there?
I don't know how they got there. I wasn't.
So you have detectives, you have Sheriff's Department police officers?
There was detectives from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, and then I don't know what the rank or title of from City of Waukesha was, but there was officers from their agency, yes.
There are people from the Waukesha Police Department there too?
Yes.
And the tactical unit. See, you have a lot of police officers responding to this Mr. Pahl's apartment, true?
I don't know what the number was, sorry.
Do you just go up to the door and ring the doorbell or knock on the door? What do you do? How do you get into the apartment or get his attention?
I was not the one who went to the door to get his attention. From my understanding, the Tactical Enforcement Unit for the City of Police Department carried out the warrant. As far as what the specifics of how they did that, I don't know exactly.
So it's your opinion that they just went up the door and rang the doorbell?
Again, I wasn't the one carrying out that warrant, sir, so I don't want to give bad information to the jury on how it was carried out.
Is that the way it's normally done? They respond, the tactical unit responds and they ring the doorbell, or they smash the door down?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't know how they usually do it. There's a variety of ways that warrants can be executed, to include breaching a door, to knocking and announcing, there's several ways.
You entered the apartment?
Eventually, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Did you notice that the entrance door was damaged?
I do not recall the door being damaged.
And during that search, you look at the pink water bottle, true?
There was a pink water bottle found, yes.
And in one of the cupboards or dressers, there was 2 purses, true?
I recall the black purse that Stephanie was carrying being in the dresser at the end of the bed.
You don't recall the second purse being found in?
As I sit here, no, I don't.
If I was to tell you that a photo of that of the black purse was positioned alongside another purse, you would not dispute that, true?
I don't have any reason to think you'd lie to me, no.
And it was those purses were identified as purses belonging to Ms. Pavlons. You wouldn't, in prior testimony, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
That those purses were identified as her property?
Correct.
I can only testify to the black purse. If you're telling me there's a gray purse there, and I know that Mr. Pahl mentioned a gray purse during the interview, I don't recall seeing a gray purse there, and I would assume it's hers, but I don't.
So Mr. Pahl, I take it, is removed out of his apartment, or is he allowed to just sit there and watch the search warrant take place?
No, he was detained and then escorted back to the Sheriff's Department.
Was he detained, was he just, hey, get in your truck and meet us at the Sheriff's Department kind of detained?
To my understanding, Deputy Robakowski from our department transported him back to the Sheriff's Department.
And it's true, I mean, he gets transported, he gets handcuffed, true?
I would assume so. I don't recall. It would not be unusual when you're executing a search warrant to handcuff the occupants temporarily. So that very well may have happened.
So it's kind of logical to assume that he's being handcuffed. He must think something's up, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question, sir?
It's logical to assume he must think something's up. You're searching his apartment, you bash into his apartment and search it, you take him into custody, and you transport him to the sheriff's department, true?
I don't really know what he was thinking at that point.
Do you know what's done with him at the sheriff's department?
What do you mean, what's done with him?
Yeah, where is he taken?
To my understanding, he was escorted to the same interview room that we watched footage from, and then a deputy stood outside the doorway until Detective Fredericks and I arrived.
Yeah, the records indicate that the search warrant was executed at 3:55 p.m. Would you dispute that?
I think that's right.
It was about the moment that he was also probably taken into custody?
I would assume so.
And when you handcuff somebody, that means you're taking them into custody, true?
You can detain them, sure. Again, I don't know if he was handcuffed. You're telling me, I would assume he might have been, but I don't know that for certain.
But that kind of equates, right? You're handcuffing somebody, transported into the sheriff's department, they're more than likely in custody, true?
That we would be detaining them, yes. They're not free to leave, that's correct. At that point.
And then he's placed in a room where you conducted this interview, true?
He was escorted to interview room 1, yes.
And your interview commenced, according to the records, at 7:43 p.m., true?
That sounds right.
So he remained in this room all those hours waiting for his interview?
Minus, I believe, a bathroom break or 2, yes.
And was he free to leave that room?
No.
The room was locked, right?
No.
The room was not locked?
No.
So he could get out and go home?
He's not free to leave, but the door is not locked.
Right. So if he tried to leave, you guys would stop him from leaving?
I wasn't there again, but no, at that point he was not free to leave.
From there, you read him his Miranda rights, correct?
Detective Fredericks said yes.
If he didn't do anything wrong, why did you read him his Miranda rights?
Because at that point we had brought him there, we had placed him in a room, and like you said, a reasonable person would assume they were not free to leave or possibly being charged with a crime. So that's why we read him his Miranda rights.
Yeah, but if you didn't think he did anything wrong, there would be no need to read him his Miranda rights.
I'm going to object to the nature of these questions.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
So then you interview him for 2 hours, true?
Sounds right.
So he's been now at the police department from or in custody from about 3:30 to 9:41 when the interview ends?
I didn't hear the first part of that time, sir.
He was arrested around 3:55 p.m. and then the interview ends around 9:41 p.m. Was that?
I'm going to take your word for it. Yes.
So approximately 5 hours long, true?
5 hours long that he was roughly at the sheriff's department, yes.
And again, you read him his rights and you tell him, you don't have to talk to us if you don't want to, but he does agree to talk to you, true?
Yes.
He voluntarily agrees to answer any question you give him, true?
Did he agree to give us?
Yeah, you're asking him questions, he's answering your questions, true?
He was answering some of the questions we asked, yes.
And did you verify, he told you that his dad was a pharmacist, and that ended up being true, correct?
Again, that was outside the scope of my investigation, sir.
So you don't know whether or not his dad is a pharmacist?
I have knowledge that he is, but I didn't verify that or speak with him or look into that aspect of this case.
He indicated to you that at one point in time he was with Stephanie and she was in his vehicle and she lost her bladder. She peed in her pants. That was true, right?
He stated that, yes.
Yeah, you ended up researching or investigating this, and that's verified on the Willow Park videos, true? That's what happened?
I'm lost, sir. I don't know what you're referring to. Or I understand that Mr. Pahl stated that during our interview, but I didn't verify that or prove that.
Yeah, but it was confirmed by looking at the Willow Park videos that that's what happened on August 8, 2022.
I didn't review that video, to my knowledge.
And you're mainly focused as to August 23rd, 2022, correct? That was what the videos those are the only videos you focused on.
Those are the ones that I can sit and recall here, yes.
You didn't look at any of the other videos that when Stephanie was over at Mr. Pahl's apartment. You didn't look at any of those other videos?
I may have reviewed other video, but I don't, as I sit here now, I don't recall anything that stands out or anything specific.
I mean, there was nothing abnormal that happened on August 23rd that didn't happen on other occasions when Stephanie was visiting Mr. Pahl, if you looked at those videos, true?
I can only recall reviewing the 23rd video, so I guess I don't have a comparison to what you mean by what would be normal. Or
I mean, I'm not sure if you looked at those videos, but there's other videos that show Mr. Pahl bringing in Stephanie's property into his apartment. Did you see those videos?
Again, I don't recall that.
Where you could see him bringing in that pink water bottle on another occasion. Did you see that video?
I don't recall watching that video, no, other than what was seen on the 23rd that I testified to.
Did you see all the videos for August 23rd for that whole day?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look.
I mean, you remember you said he arrives back at the apartment according to the videos, and he walks in, true? Using the north side camera, door number 7.
At what time, sir?
That's around 11:03.
That he's observed walking back in?
Yeah, he returns
Yeah,
back.
that sounds right.
And then later on you see him enter the mail room, true, on the videos?
If that's the one I testified to, believing it was the lobby, then yes, I remember that
Yeah,
video.
but it's really the mail room.
Understood.
And he checks his mail, true?
I don't know if he checked his mail, sir.
But you look at the video, right?
The video that I testified to is what I recall as I sit here now.
And after that, he exits and goes back to his truck, true?
Yes.
And then he comes in with more things, true?
Yes.
Through this door number 7, true?
Yes.
And he has carrying a bag full of items, true? When he comes in the second time.
Yes.
And then later on in the day, about 4 hours later, he leaves and goes for a bike ride. Did you see that video?
I don't recall that video as I sit here.
When Mr. Pahl enters the apartment at 11:03, when he comes back from his orthopedic appointment, where's Stephanie?
At 11:03?
He comes in, he's carrying that pink water bottle.
Yeah.
Stephanie's not with him, true?
She's not.
And later on he goes back to his truck, and he comes back in, like about an hour later, carrying a bag full of items. Stephanie's not with him, correct?
No.
Where is she?
I don't know. To my knowledge, she is in the woods by OAW.
So at 11:03, when he got back, she's in the woods.
I can't give you a definitive time, sir. I can just tell you the last time I see Stephanie on video, and I never see her again after that.
So it's your belief she's in the...
Again, if I misspoke, I don't know exactly. I just can tell you where I last saw her, and that was leaving the apartments.
She's not in his truck. You don't believe he left her he's got her in his truck, do you?
Do I think she's sitting in the truck at that point?
Correct.
No, I do not.
I mean, not just his truck. You don't think she's in the front passenger seat sitting, do you?
I don't have any reason to believe that.
You don't think she's in the back seat, sitting in the back seat or positioned in the back seat of the truck, do you?
I don't have any reason to believe she's in the truck.
In the back of the truck, do you think she's back there?
I don't have any reason to believe she's in the truck, sir.
And would you agree that parking lot at the Willows apartment, I mean, that's a super busy parking lot, right? There's a lot of people that live in that apartment.
There are.
In door number 7, when you look at the videos, there's a lot of people entering that door, a lot of other residents entering through there, exiting through there, true?
There are other residents that use that door, yes.
Yeah, a lot of people exiting to smoke cigarettes, people exiting to walk their dogs, true? When you
Yes,
look at
there's a
the
lot of
videos?
activity through that door, yes.
And when Mr. Pahl indicated that prior to this date, August 23rd, 2022, if you look at the videos, it confirms that him and Stephanie had left August 22nd for almost 5 hours. Did you look at that video where they had left at 10:02 and returned back at 2:51 the day before?
As I sit here again, I don't recall the video from prior to the 23rd, or I recall the 23rd video.
You remember that he told you they went to go buy a bed, him and Stephanie?
He did testify to that, or he did state that, yes.
And he indicated to you that he did, on the 24th or 25th, go to the pharmacy and pick up Stephanie's prescription. Remember, in the interview, he's telling you that, true?
I believe he stated the prescription was available on the 24th, and he picked it up on the 25th.
And that's confirmed, right? If you look at the videos, you see him leaving.
Again, I can't testify to that video, sir.
And he also tells you that, I went to a car wash. And he tells you, he didn't have to tell you that, true? That he found the note when he went to the car wash in another purse, true?
He didn't have to tell me that?
Right.
I mean, yes, I agree. I guess he didn't have to tell me that.
And you guys verified that he went to a car wash, true?
Again, I didn't verify that video, sir.
His statements about Stephanie being on these drugs and visiting doctors, did you ever confirm that? Or did your department ever confirm that? Or is that beyond your knowledge?
It's beyond my knowledge. My involvement pretty much ended after the interview, sir.
So you're the lead person with the questioning, true?
It was Detective Fredericks and I both.
I mean, you're the one sitting across from him, true?
I was sitting across from him, yes.
You're the one who was mainly asking the questions, true?
I think we both asked quite a few questions, sir.
And so you didn't confirm anything that Mr. Pahl was telling you to see if it was true or not true?
Again, my involvement pretty much ended after that interview, and Detective Fredericks was the primary moving forward.
Mr. Pahl eventually was released that day, true?
Almost immediately after that interview,
Right.
yes.
Everything you knew and you suspected that he was lying to you, you guys just released him, true?
We released him, yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
Thank you. Detective Sites, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 28, please. These were the purses that were located at Mr. Pahl's apartment?
That looks correct, yes.
Okay. And the top purse is the purse that you observed Stephanie, the top black purse is the purse you observed Stephanie carrying on August 23rd in that Willow Park apartment surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
How do I know that is her purse?
How do you know that it's the same purse that you saw on the surveillance video?
There's some specific linkage on that purse. Also, again, we never see Stephanie come back to that apartment. I've never seen Stephanie come back to that apartment after the 23rd. However, that purse somehow made it in there. And during the interview of Mr. Pahl, he admitted to placing the black purse into her dresser towards the end of the bed.
And it was only later, towards the end of the interview, after you confronted him with those photos, that he says it was actually a different purse. It was a gray purse. Is that accurate?
That's when he changed and said, yes, that's not the purse that he found in the back of the truck.
Okay. Now, you admitted that when you interviewed Mr. Pahl, you used an interview technique. You didn't provide him with all the information that you had, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a common interview technique that law enforcement uses to kind of figure out how much information the person of interest has, right?
Yes.
You were asked about when Mr. Pahl returns to the apartment at 11:03. His truck returns to the apartment in the surveillance video at 11:03, but it's not until a little bit later, around 11:15, that he actually enters the apartment complex. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that after that video that we saw of Stephanie Pavlons leaving the apartment on August 23rd, you never observed her return to the apartment anytime after that?
I did not.
Okay. And your department had video from up until the date of the search warrant, which would have been about 9/17, give or take a day?
Yes.
Okay. And it was not your job in this investigation to confirm some of the things that that Attorney Galaviz is asking you about. It was your job to be in the interview and let some of the other detectives, Detective Fredericks, Detective Plennis, follow up on that information?
Yes.
Okay. It was just important for you to be prepared for that interview and know whatever information the investigation had up to that point.
Correct.
Did the investigation continue after Mr. Pahl was released that evening?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Recross?
Just a few questions, Judge. Detective, but it was not uncommon, if you looked at the other videos of Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons coming to the apartment, that they would not enter the apartment right away. If you looked at the other, that was quite common, true?
Again, I don't know which specific video, and again, as I sit here, I don't recall any other specific videos that you're referring to.
Did you look at any videos at all, if you remember, of Mr. Pahl always having to sneak Ms. Pavlons into the apartment?
No, that doesn't ring any bells.
Where he would enter from one door, and then he would open up the door number 7, the north door, and leave it ajar, and he would walk up, and later on Ms. Pavlons would sneak in? You don't remember seeing any of those videos?
I don't recall reviewing that video, specific video, no.
Or seeing any other videos where he would...
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Strike that. I'll restate it.
All right.
Or seen any of videos where she would leave out the south door and he would leave out the north door when they would leave out of 2 different doors? It was very common.
Well, like the one I testified to, that was one point where I believe he left out door 4 and she left out door 7.
Right, which was quite common in the other videos, that she would leave out one door and he would leave out another door. True? You didn't remember seeing those videos?
Can't testify to that, sir.
In that exhibit you were just shown of the purse in the dresser drawer, you saw a second purse, true?
I saw a purse on the top shelf, and I saw some type of bag or purse on the lower shelf, yes.
And if I said video, I misspoke. I meant photograph that you were just shown the exhibit. Are you aware at all that Mr. Paul is colorblind? I have no further questions, John.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Judge.
And why don't you take those exhibits and put them back there on the table, please? I appreciate that. And then let me talk to the attorneys about timing and witnesses and such. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 3:55 now, and I just talked to the attorneys, and what's going to happen is that the next witness is, there's going to be a very short witness who isn't short in time, okay? A witness who's not presently here. And then it's anticipated that Detective Fredericks is going to testify, and that's going to take quite some time, we believe. So rather than start now and interrupt when he's testifying for the day, when he's clearly not going to be finished, I'm going to finish up today at this time, and then I'll ask again if you can come back tomorrow. Let me just check with my boss over here. We don't have anything like that. At 8:30 again, same thing, same direction. I might. He'll take your notebooks. We'll finish up for the day now, just before 4 o'clock. And again, I try to do this so that we maximize our time, we optimize our time, and I take as little of your time away from business, work, family, etc. But sometimes it just makes more sense when a witness is going to be presented to do it in a manner that would minimize the interruptions, and it just makes more sense to do it that way. So I'd usually like to stay later, but we're going to do it this way. All right? So follow Mike's directions. Please take your notebooks with you. And thank you very much. And again, before you go, don't forget, don't talk to anybody. Don't look it up on the internet. Don't do anything like that. What we do is all based, what you do as jurors is all based on what you see here. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, so jury.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you. All right, we've taken care of everything except number 73, Exhibit 73. I understand that you're going to admit that or attempt to do so with Detective Fredericks, I presume?
You can move now. Okay.
Okay, Judge, I'll move it into evidence now. I think also Exhibit 75 are portions of a video, and we have Exhibit 74 as the entire video. So for the record, Exhibit 74 does exist on the flash drive that the court will get, so we have both the entire video and the excerpts.
Okay. No objection to 73, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I think we noted that when you looked at the excerpts of the entirety of the interview, that we saw clearly marked on there Exhibit 74. And I understand we saw 75, which was the excerpts.
Correct.
Although it was marked 74 when it was observed.
It says 74 and then the timestamps of the video that we are watching.
Right.
And
So this, I understand. I just want to make note of that for the record as well. And you might want to clarify that for the jurors also, because it did clearly say 74 on it, right? I presume that the excerpts were because some of what was said in the entirety would not be admissible.
Correct.
And we've talked about that before, right? Okay, and that's why you stopped it at some portions.
Yes.
Well. All right. Anything else from the state?
No.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Galaviz?
No, sir. Thank
Mr.
you.
Wolf? No? Okay. So you're going to have another witness before Detective Fredericks. It's not going to last long.
So we have two witnesses that need to testify tomorrow morning. They would not be available in the afternoon. So we might end up having to call both of them before Detective Fredericks so that we can guarantee they are completed, and then Detective Fredericks would start and would likely go into the afternoon.
Okay. What's the nature of their testimony?
One is the crime lab analyst, and one is an employee of Delafield Dental.
Okay. All right. Then. Okay. Then we'll finish up for the night. Thank you very much, everybody, and good luck. That's mine.